What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Sunday, November 16th, 2025. We are here at the Polderbaan in use for departures today as runway 36 left. Runway 27 is also open for departures. And earlier in the morning, we also had the center runway and the Amsterdam open for arrivals. Reason being, is so-called marginal visibility. In other words, a ceiling below 2,000 feet, which requires more spatial separation, which is why runway 24, which normally with wind from the northeast, which we have today, would be the primary runway for arrivals, hasn't yet been in use. Same happened yesterday, although yesterday evening they did start using runway 24, and I'm expecting as the ceiling rises today, which is expected to happen later in the day, runway 24 is also going to be used, and we'll have a normal runway configuration for wind blowing from the north. As you can see, it is overcast, but at least it is dry. Yesterday we had rain and drizzle. The day before yesterday also. Tomorrow we're expecting showers, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do a stream after today, before Thursday, which hopefully will be good enough in terms of weather. Welcome to the show, everybody who joined already. Marja, goedenavond. Marissa, goedemorgen. And welcome everybody else who already tuned in. We're waiting for traffic. It's a slow start. It's a typical Sunday. There's some airplanes that you see parked over there in the distance. There's a Transavia going to Porto, coming this way. And that is it for the time being. It's a slow trickle, but if all is well, things should catch up again later in the morning. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Hopefully the screen brightness is okay. I've amped up the exposure compensation to plus half a stop because it is a bit dark. It's still looking a bit bluish on my screen. I think I might already have to well, it is bluish and grayish out here in real life too. Let's see if maybe the white balance a little higher, around 5600. Bit more balanced. Right. Whoa. Time for some action. If you look in the meter, you can see it's 7 degrees. So best put on the electric gloves again. Standing in the fridge with wind, basically. That's what it comes down to. Transavia Flight 6001 to Porto in Portugal. Lining up on the Polderbaan. 737-800. 8-year-old airplane, first flight April 2017. The Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Kilo. We have another 737 coming. That is from KLM, going to Glasgow. As you can see on flight radar, the airplanes are taxiing around the center runway. It's being used for arrivals right now. A very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Bobbers, Michael DCA, Patrick, Gertin, Jacqueline, Ian, Buddy, Dennis, Bill, Miss Magic Memories. Welcome to the show, everybody. Okay, interesting. Hot shoes on a 737. I think this is a first. Too bad we aren't going to learn how that story ends. Low ceiling. KLM Flight 935 to Glasgow over there. And Didino is celebrating 5 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for the continued support. I don't remember what your username used to be like. The handle Didino doesn't ring a bell immediately. But good morning, mate, and thank you so much for the continued support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. 5 months, that means you'll turn yellow in a month from now. Thank you so much for the continued support. And congratulations. It's now about 8 o'clock right now. There's an Embraer 175 also coming this way. Karsten, good morning. Eddie, good morning. Christa, goedemorgen, good morning. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Dietmar, that does ring a bell. I hope that YouTube will quickly revert to going back to usernames. Excursion going to handles, as far as I'm concerned, is not a success. And here an example of how it should be done. Gear retracting shortly after leaving the ground. Not sure what was going on. I don't think I've ever seen hot shoes on a 737 before, but I take it that it is possible. I'm standing a bit further to the threshold of the runway, which means that the excrement bridge is a bit further north. Sounding like something heavy is taking off from runway 27 in the distance. Nielsel, good morning. Koons, good morning. Ruud, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen. Ed, goedemorgen. Good morning, gents. Blackburst, goedemorgen. David, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Right, so I was hearing something with a white body. That just now spooled up. The wind is blowing the noises of the main platform area this way. At least a little. Wind is blowing from the northeast. So, standing a bit further to the south. I have to say that properly. Here we are looking at a field. I think this is winter wheat that they have already sown couple of weeks ago. Looking good. They were plowing in the field that is still very much plowed over land and still has to be sown with new crops. Russell Crowe is over here. He already said hi to me earlier, quite loudly and vividly. Hey, good news, Marissa. KLM 747 of Flight Radar going to Miami. And Wolfgang, good morning, mate. Doing well, all things considered. It's a bit chilly, but at least it is dry. Hope you're doing well as well, Wolfgang. Hey, Jen Russek, goedemorgen, kerel. Silway, good morning. Daan, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Ray, goedemorgen. John, good morning. Haagse girl, goedemorgen. Yeah, this field has been plowed. What we saw the other day probably was a field further back. Though, was it? We did see the tractor in front of the trees over here, didn't we? Interesting, because it definitely was no plow behind that tractor the other day when we were here. What was it, on Thursday, I think? KLM flight 1087 to Cardiff, Embraer 175. Your second cold already? Are you experiencing too much stress, Wolfgang? Making you susceptible? Well, they say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, so that's the silver lining, but wishing you a speedy recovery, mate. Freya, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Dennis, goedemorgen, good morning. Enko, goedemorgen, good morning. Hey, Dans, long time no see, mate. Mr. F, guten Morgen. Russell and his cronies are over there, so big picture-wise, it's pretty monotonous. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. And this is looking to the south. In the canal over here, not much to see, except water and waves. Haven't seen any aquatic birds, but it does look like, or is there? Yep, good sighted. There they are. There's even more of them. Okay. Just on the one day that I am setting up a little bit further to the south, they chose to gather around at where I normally am standing. Such is life. Control tower for the Polderbaan. Erik, goedemorgen. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Alex, goedemorgen, good morning. Van der Holt, goedemorgen. Cherry Blossom, good morning, goedemorgen. There's a quartet of airplanes coming this way. They're not visible yet, but soon will be. We do see the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 over there on the left. And on the right, it looks like a KLM. Is that a triple or a Dreamliner? I think it is a triple. I'm counting 7 airplanes now all around the center runway, taxiing this way. Delta A330 that just landed on the center runway. That's the reason why these airplanes are all taxiing around the runway. And I'm thinking maybe, oh yeah, we can see the airplanes taxiing this way already. 1, 2. On the left, number 3. And is that in the background? So I'm talking about the airplane over there. Is that also coming this way? 737 might be KLM flight 1231, or is it a different airplane? Hey, and is that KLM flight 601? I think it is, on the left. I think this is coming this way. This is definitely looking like KLM flight 601. Rakete 88, guten Morgen. Mami Rudin, good morning. Ewald, good morning. Wilma, goedemorgen. And here we can see the airplanes coming this way. The quartet of narrow bodies first. and trucks in the foreground. Meanwhile, Hendrik is celebrating 18 months of membership. Good morning, boy, mods and viewers. He writes, Hendrik, goedemorgen, good morning. And mate, thank you so much for the continued support. 18 months and counting, 1.5 years. Hope everything in the lounge is to your liking. I know I sound like a broken record, but each time I say it, I mean it. Let me know if things can be improved or if we're running low on certain supplies. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support, Hendrik. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. I hope everything in the lounge will stay to your liking. I do see a little bird over here. Is that Maurice Moorhan? Or... Hey! Oh, didn't see the second one. These aren't moorhens. They don't have red on their beak. What type of bird is this? They do look good-like. Hey Marjan, goedemorgen. Martin, goedemorgen. Frits, goedemorgen. Tim, goedemorgen, goedemorgen. Und herzlich willkommen, liebe Freunde. Hey John, good morning. Hendrik will stick around watching as my weekend morning routine. Weather permitted. Weather permitted, yeah. It's that time of year again. Not sure how many streams we'll be able to do. Last month in November we only got around to doing 10. Hopefully we can pump up those numbers in the second half of the month. Using Cheaters Lane, a Shamrock Flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland. It's an A320 EIDES is the registration. It's 19 years old. First flight was in December 2005. A fifth airplane has also arrived on the scene. KLM Flight 1041. Taxied a little faster than the initial Quartet. And has caught up. What's the color balance for you guys like? Is it too green? Is it too blue? I'm talking about the white balance. Looks a bit greenish, yellowish on my camera screen, but on my computer, on the other hand, it looks a bit more blue. Do we need further tweaking or is this okay? Another cheater on Cheaters Lane, an E2 Embraer 195 to Gdansk in Poland. This is KLM Flight 1303. SLKJH, good morning. Monzi, good morning. Boomer, good morning. It's grey. Is the grey properly colored? Is it not a bluish grey or a greenish grey is what I'm wondering. Hans, goedemorgen. Hey Chris, good morning. Chris says exposure a tad high. Well, I did put it up an additional quarter stop to what I usually have it at. Things were looking really dark on my laptop screen before going live. Now, in the meantime, the sun has risen a bit higher, and it's also looking like things are a bit more open to the east. So, let me hear what you guys think. Back to the plus a quarter stop. I had it at plus a half. This is back to the default, or at least what has recently become the default setting. Plus a quarter stop. Nienke says in the south it's more like blue and in the north it's more like green. Yeah, that's what I'm also seeing in real life, which is why I'm asking what you guys think. If there is a bias, because if there is, then I can at least try to mitigate it. But the sky also has different hues depending on the way, the direction I'm looking in here in real life. KLM, E2 Embraer to Hamburg. QJ, good morning. 12 Archon, good morning. Gebakken palinkje. Which is baked eel, baked little eel. I love that a lot of you guys have usernames or handles referring to food. Frozen French fries, fried fries, little pastry, eel. Mr. Banana, good morning. Sheila, good morning. Right, this is KLM flight 1041 to Birmingham. Yeah, so over here in real life the sky looks very blue. It also looks blue, even more dark over there in the west. Here it is more open and has a different hue. Oh, let's go back to manual focus and set that to infinity. I had it on auto because of the moorhens or kuts or whatever they were. KLM flight 1231 to Göteborg, 737-700. No Karen cabin in this airplane. Plane 737-700. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Evan also back. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Everybody else who joined in the meantime, welcome to the show too. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. Most of them are friendly and some of them are knowledgeable. And if you have questions, they'll happily try to answer them. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It helps to grow the channel. And make sure to subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams and other announcements. If you want to partake in the chat, of course. And also if you want to post in our community section. This is KLM Flight 913 to Aberdeen. Another E2 Embraer. This is the 1700. Says so on the sticker. Hey there, Nancy. Welcome back. Good to see you. Marco, goedemorgen. Karsten, what are you doing, mate? Karsten just now went ahead and gifted no less than 10 memberships. That is extremely generous and sweet. Karsten, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. If you are one of the recipients of Karsten's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Spamming isn't allowed, but if you are a member, you can use custom emojis as much as you want, whether it is appropriate, but it's even more fun when you use them inappropriately, so get creative with them. Karsten, mate, thank you so much. And welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. This is KLM Flight 601, which I initially thought was a 777, but it turns out it is a Dreamliner 78710. It's going to LAX. Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Delta BKD. 6 years old, first flight November 2019. Think this is the first wide body of the show? Yeah. Well, rest assured we're going back to the narrow bodies after this, so don't get withdrawal symptoms yet. Mr. Mika, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. So yeah, the sky once again dichotomous. Looking to the east, it is a bit more open. Well, while looking to the west or southwest more properly, it is definitely still darker. Now, the upshot is that the wind is coming from over there, more or less. So that's where we need to look. Yeah, well, I'm seeing at least that land inwards where the sun is shining, or at least right now the sun is shining in the sky. Things do look to be a bit brighter. If all is well, it should stay dry, which is more than we could say from yesterday and the day before yesterday. First queen of the show is coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. KLM Cargo, operated by Martin Air. It's going to Miami. KLM Flight 1031 to Persenchester in the meantime, spilling up, coming this way. That's an A321neo. EasyJet A319 to London Luton will be taking off. Well, either next or after the Cheater in Cheater's Lane. Showing us that there is a bit of wind, but not very much. Not a lot. And that's an excavator in the foreground, which isn't a small machine to begin with, but it pales in comparison to that big 747, which is even further back. Hey Angelique, goedemorgen. A747 guy, good morning. Inimini, goedemorgen. Chris, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Evan says, I still love your channel, boy, and I saw 3 or 4 raccoons running before I lost sight of them earlier tonight. Cool. I don't think we have raccoons here in the wild in the Netherlands. At least not that I know of. Could be that we might have them, but if we do, then they definitely aren't living in the populated West. But I'm almost positive that we don't have raccoons living in the wild in the Netherlands. Though, I've said it before, I'm not a biologist. I don't know for sure, but I haven't heard of raccoon sightings. Wolf sightings, yes. Those have returned to the Netherlands. Mali, good morning. Martin, goedemorgen. Perfect timing indeed, Mali. Right, fingers crossed. This might become a loud one. AMS Live cannot be held accountable for loss of any speakers or eardrums. You are watching this channel at your own discretion, folks. This is Martin Air flying on behalf of KLM Cargo. Flight 6161 to Miami, Florida. This is the PHCKB Charlie Kilo Bravo 747-400 freighter, 22 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in April 2003. Looks like immediately following this airplane will be KLM flight 741 to Bogota in Colombia. Peter, goedemorgen. All right. Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Now if you're wondering, do we have a ceiling today? The answer is yes, we do. How low might it be, you might be wondering. You'll find out in a minute or two, a second or so. Into the ceiling. Waxer Chisek, good morning. And welcome back, mate. Widebody's exodus right now has begun. This is KLM flight 741 to Bogota in Colombia, right next to 787-10 Dreamliner. Wing fluff. Hey Martijn, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. Good morning. MG Airways, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Amersfoort, goedemorgen. Next up is going to be KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKO Bravo Kilo Oscar. First flight November 2024. It's a brand new airplane. Oh dear. What's the hold up? I'm hearing horns being sounded. What's going on over there? Interesting. The firefighters are doing the patrol round, but they're holding short over there. Meanwhile, Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Here it is. A330-300. Cables in a bit of fluff, lovely. Lovely streamers at the end of the wings. Top Dog, good morning. Psycho Toro, good morning. Nico, goedemorgen. Casper, goedemorgen. So, they're on their way again. That white vehicle with 3 circles on it is a security employee of a private security firm. Not sure if the stopping of the firefighters had to do with that person. I did see somebody getting out of the car. I'm not sure if they spoke to one another or anything. Right, a little EasyJet. Next, EasyJet to Liverpool, flight 3442, an A320neo. The Guzzles. That's Golf Uniform Zulu, Lima Zulu. The airplane a year old, first flight September 2024. Of my heated glove batteries might be wearing out already. It has died on me after less than an hour of streaming. Good thing I have ample replacements with me. Jammerhuis, good morning. Adrie, goedemorgen. Tom, goedemorgen. I Skydive too, good morning. Hans, goedemorgen. Skintruder, good morning. Mike Wild, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It'll help the channel grow. KLM flight 1127 to Ork, which is Cork in Ireland. Next to leave will be KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas at 777-200. Maybe it was that airplane that we saw initially in the background. Either way, here it is, all lined up and ready to go. Is it doing a turn and burn? I think it might be. This is KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas, 777-200. The PHBQE Bravo Quebec Echo, 21 years old, first flight January 2004. Up and away, a little bit of brake dust. No, Air Baltic up next. Hey, that's the Rasta livery. Nice. Air Baltic flight 618 to Riga next. All right. Glove, battery out. New one in. The firefighters are coming this way. This poor timing. Yeah. Turning on the lights. They'll be sounding the horn pretty soon too. And Air Baltic in the meantime has begun rolling. Air Baltic in the Rasta livery, flight 618 to Riga. Rob, goedemorgen. Jay, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. What's going on over there? We have a KLM A321neo. While we see something landing in the background on the center runway. A321neo holding short on what is normally Delta's parking lot. For troubled Deltas. All right, I think it is continuing. Next up, KLM flight 623 to Atlanta in Georgia. This is a 787-10 Dreamliner. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Kilo BKK. 4-year-old airplane, first flight December 2020. Hope you guys are enjoying the show despite the grey weather. Wind is blowing from the northeast today, from the scale of chimney smoke, chimneys more or less. So this is where we need to look to see what weather is coming this way. It's looking pretty grim. Hey, what's this? Check this out. Oh. I thought for a moment it had something white. That was just... He was carrying something, I swear. Screaming at each other. Richard, goedemorgen. Zolurk, goedemorgen. Dick, goedemorgen. I thought it was having a white beak, but it was just carrying something which made it seem like it was looking different from what it normally does. Never mind, that was just me imagining things. In the meantime, Evan, mate, thank you so much for your super sticker, mate. Much appreciated. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like. It helps the channel grow. And if you want to participate in the chat, or if you want to post in the community section, or if you have a question, make sure to subscribe. Want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, hit the bell icon. And if all is well, if YouTube functions, you should get notified. This is KLM flight 1199 to Oslo, a 737-900, and I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more airplanes in the queue. That was for the firefighters passing by. Thank you so much for that, Evan. Is that having a dove or something? Could be. Trying to go to autofocus with my glove. Yeah, that's that's why it was carrying something white. It's having a non-vegetarian breakfast. EasyJet in the meantime to Manchester, to Persenchester, I should say. Chris asks if I use a power station. Of course I am. It is impossible to do multi-hour streams with all the equipment out here without a power station. All right, the A321neo that is that was standing still initially, is now rolling. This is KLM flight 1269 to Copenhagen. After this, if all is well, KLM flight 735 to Willemstad Curaçao, which is an A330. No, not an A330, a 777-300 of course. Dustin, goedemorgen. Indo Dirk, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, there's now 3 of them over there. And they're all having tidbits. Yeah, I'm not going back and forth constantly with autofocus and manual focus. KLM flight 735 to Willemstad Curaçao, 777-300 16 years old, the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Charlie. Bit of brake dust. Wilful Wild, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Primary runway for departures. On days like today, with wind blowing from the northeast, normally runway 24 would, runway 06 would also be in use as primary runway for arrivals, but thus far they haven't started using it yet. We saw that yesterday too. It has to do with the low ceiling. Ceiling below 2,000 feet is defining what is called marginal visibility. And under those circumstances you need more spatial separation between the airplanes, which is why the center runway has been in use for arrivals, together with the Amsterdam 36 right. If at some point later in the day the ceiling rises above 2,000 feet, I am expecting that runway 06 will start being used for arrivals like it normally would. Means that in the background we can occasionally see airplanes coming in, we can hear them. Center runway, not too far away from here. Air Baltic to Tallinn in the meantime. And I see that Indo Derek just now became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Mate, thank you so much for your vote of confidence and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Hope you like it in the lounge. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. You're now also allowed to use the custom emojis. You have them at your disposal. Make sure to make use of them. Spamming isn't allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want, so feel free to do so. Senna, goedemorgen. Eddie, goedemorgen. Fabian, goedemorgen. Fabian says, I sometimes hear a beep. What is that? That's a machine that is measuring the cloud level, the cloud base, the height of the cloud base actually. It's the doo-doo-doo that you're sometimes hearing. Now it's actually this machine that you're hearing over there. Good morning, Ires, and good morning everybody else. Second KLM is on flight radar, Marissa says, but it's going to Dubai. We all know what that means. That means it's going to runway 27. Unless it is catching delay. If it gets delayed, then we might get lucky. Ooh! Mikey the bloody magpie over here. Yeah. Very cheerful today. Hopping on the cycling path. Right, next departure is going to be Delta Airlines flight 133. It's an A330-300. Destination is Detroit, Michigan. It's the November 811 November Whiskey. 20 years old, first flight July 2005. Hey Graham, good morning. Michael, goedemorgen. Jean-Claude, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to participate in the chat, or post in the community section, or if you have any questions. Once again, streamers, vortices, visualization of turbulence, indicative of high relative humidity. On A330s you often see them at the end of the flap tips or the wing tips. A321neos are also pretty good at producing them. On them you usually see them at the end of the flaps. Now, is the white balance still good? To me it looks a bit greenish. I'm thinking maybe we ought to turn it down a notch. We're at 5600k now. Let's go to 5260. This is a bit cooler. What do you guys think? Was the old setting better? Or is this setting better? To me it looks like this is a little better. This is KLM flight 627 to Miami, Florida. I'm thinking, have I seen this flight number before already? Not very used to seeing 627. There you go. It's the Faka. Hotel Alpha Kilo Alpha, aka the PH, aka the Faka, as in how's your mother, Faka? The ceiling visualized. So, still relatively low, unfortunately. Charlie Brown says better, I am assuming, in relation to the white balance. Happy to hear it. If anything needs to be tinkered with, let me know in terms of camera settings, exposure, white balance. Delta Airlines Flight 146 next. A330 Neo. Brand new, first flight was in April this year, the November 434 Delta X-Ray. It's going to Bill J's hometown of Seattle in Washington. Super slow gear retraction as always on A330s, regardless of whether it is a 300 or a Neo. Friedrich, good morning. Mike, good morning. German Monster, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. So, center runway is being used for arrivals. One of them is Ita, by the looks of it. Fire truck still out. Another wide body coming this way. Next departure is Air Baltic, flight 962, going to Vilnius. Yankee Lima, Charlie, Sierra Mike, 7-year-old airplane, first flight October 2018. Stoof, goedemorgen. Aviation now, good morning, goedemorgen. Tina, goedemorgen. Lise, goedemorgen. Hey Alan, good morning mate. Bert, goedemorgen. Speedbird in the background, British Airways. Undoubtedly to London Heathrow. Let's keep count. I don't think we've seen airplanes to London City yet. Then again, it is a Sunday. Maybe this is not a representative day to do a comparison between the number of flights. You probably need a good comparison on weekdays to see what do we see more. Flights to London Heathrow or to London City. Think on weekdays it is pretty much neck and neck. On a day like today, a Sunday, it's probably going to be more to London Heathrow than to London City. Right, so this is British Airways flight 431. It's going to London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
11-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in April 2014. In the background, another Delta A330 to Minneapolis, Minnesota, flight 161. That's a Neo. Arrivals on the center runway. This is what we can see of them. Alrighty, Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. November 405, Delta X-Ray is the registration. It's a 6-year-old airplane. The first flight was in November 2019. Carrying cabin in the back. Good morning, Lord Andrew. London City is closed from Saturday lunchtime until Sunday lunchtime, so we need to do a side-to-side comparison and count the number of flights to City and Heathrow on a weekday, just to see to which destination there are more flights. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. It'll help the channel grow and reach a wider audience in streams going forward. Make sure to subscribe if you want to participate in the chat. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching, and a lot of them are knowledgeable. They're all friendly. We'll happily try to answer your questions. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Also, if you want to participate in the community section, post posts over there. As a subscriber, you can. Have a look, many have found it already. The section. A lot of posts already. Most of them aviation related, others a little less so, but still nice to see people interacting with one another. A321neo to London Heathrow. Even more of them. There's a Delta that probably has arrived. And there is the one getting away from us. KLM Cargo 747, but to Dubai, unfortunately. Hey there, Jacob. Welcome to the show. Me, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you are well as well. Runway 09 unfortunately also open for departures until 11. It means that that second KLM 747 is departing a little bit too early. Should have been delayed 10-15 minutes or so. That would have been perfect. In that case, it would have gotten Polderbaan assigned. Gary Grebe is also back. Mother Ducker. Case in point. Case in point. We've gone looked into it. Says according to Flight Radar, there are more flights to Heathrow. Well, if you are counting the flights on a Sunday too, and Saturday. Still, I'm still curious. If you look at when I am streaming, sometimes it does feel like it is neck and neck. Air Baltic flight 9802. That's probably a relocation flight. Flight numbers starting with 9 usually are either training, relocation, maintenance. Not your regular flight, at least. It's going to Riga. Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo uniform, a year old, first flight February 2024. And an not an E2, force of habit. An Embraer 195 in the background to Copenhagen from SAS. Rotated early and climbing like mad. I am pretty sure that this airplane isn't carrying passengers but just the pilots. No. Is that the 747? Nope. Has it already left? Not seeing anything. Yeah, probably already left, hasn't it? Let's see that Suriname is still using a Dreamliner to fly to Paramaribo. It is on the move, 7878 Dreamliner. Jimmy, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. If you join us later, you probably missed one KLM 747 taking off to Miami earlier in the show. Whether or not we are going to see more later in the show remains to be seen. SAS Embraer 195 to Copenhagen. Symmetrical strobes at the wingtips. Yeah, Wolfgang, you're talking about number of flights per week, but that of course means 7 days of the week. And London City probably gets a lot more traffic during weekdays than on weekends. Hey Nick, good morning. And good morning all others who have joined Turning around the corner is KLM flight 777. It should become visible. Yeah, there it is already. In a moment. It's an A330-300. That's going to be the next departure. Means we still have a few minutes to spare. Let's have a quick look and see what is happening in terms of weather. So a refresh will give us the latest meter. The ticker is updating the weather automatically, but here you can see it visualized, which is interesting for those of you who don't know what all these numbers and letters mean. The meter is the weather report. It's updated twice an hour. This report dates from 9:25 Zulu time, and that is 10:25 current winter time. In other words, it's a report that is going to be renewed in a few seconds from now. The wind 11 knots from 040 degrees is what this is saying, and it's indicated over here. 040 means northeasterly winds. And for runway 36 left, that means a little bit of crosswind. The wind speed is 11 knots. The wind direction is very variable. Also says so over here, variable between 360 degrees and 150 degrees. This arrow indicates 360 degrees, this indicates 150 degrees. In other words, we have a lot of variation in the directionality of the wind. 10 plus kilometers of visibility, that is below the ceiling, which is at 1200 feet. We have few clouds at 900 feet and broken clouds at 1600 feet, which is also indicated over here and over here and over here. There's also broken clouds at 1200 feet, but there are so many labels over here, it's overlapping. The air temperature is 8 degrees Celsius, indicated over here. The dew point is 5 degrees C. The air pressure is 1009 hectopascals. No SIG means no significant changes in the upcoming hours. Is that so? Let's have a look at the TAF and we'll see. It should get more open as the day progresses. The ceiling should also slowly dissolve. The wind is expected to stay from the north, and that means pretty cool weather. Current runway use also updated automatically in the ticker, but here you see it visualized. So departures over here to the north, to the east, everything will take off from 09, at least for a few more seconds, because pretty soon I am expecting this runway to open up for arrivals together with this one, and all departures for 40 minutes will go to the Polderbaan. We are standing approximately over here. Now, let's go back to the action. The A330 from KLM has arrived and is making its way over to the runway threshold. In the meantime, Scottish Ernie is celebrating 2 months of membership. May, thank you so much for the support thus far. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. I sound like a broken record, but I mean it. If anything is amiss, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. And I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, Ernie. Thank you so much for the support thus far. Make sure you guys spam us with custom emojis if you're a member. New or old, doesn't matter. Have fun with them. That's why they're there for. Get creative with them. Using them creatively is even more fun. Here we have the Delta. No, not the Delta. The KLM A330. It's an A330 and automatically Delta comes up in my mind, which means I am sobering up and need more vodka. Let me pour me a small glass. Good stuff. The A330 is turning and burning. No time to waste. Gotta move with haste. Now this airplane supposedly is going to St. Maarten, but is it? Because the airplane is fake. It's the Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Echo, aka the fake. Or is it fucky? Brake dust. It was the fucky. Hey there, Sam Gaming, who says my son likes your stream. Well, hi there to you guys if you're watching. What's your son's name, Sam? Aviation or Milo, goedemorgen, good morning. Mitch, good morning, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Our next airplane is an A320neo from SAS, destination Stockholm. Hey there, Mehmet. Mehmet is celebrating a month of membership. He writes, hello everyone, hello there to you, Mehmet. Thank you so much for your support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Jaap, goedemorgen. So this is an A320neo from SAS going to Stockholm, flight 556. The next airplane coming this way is KLM flight 755. Very nice. KLM flight 755. Ah, Sam and Sam. Nice. There it is. KLM flight 755 going to Quito, which is the capital of Ecuador. Finally, proper use of the sound effect. Hey, Lise Penny also back in the chat. Chiong, good morning. Rog, goedemorgen. The fire trucks have gone back into the fire station. No longer standing guard in front of the station. Quite a few airplanes are coming this way, including Suriname Flight 993 to Paramaribo. Normally an A340-600, but apparently it's still under repairs. I thought it was only going to last a few days, but apparently it's taking a bit longer. So it is a TUI Dreamliner instead. Bit of a lame choice for us because we already see TUI Dreamliners on a regular basis. Would have been more interesting to see an airplane type and or livery that we don't see very often over here. But there you go, such is life. David Wolf, goedemorgen. Good morning. And Petrikov, good to see you again, mate. Good morning. Petrikov is celebrating 4 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for the support. Congratulations on the 4 months. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to improve things, make things better for you guys. And thank you so much, Petrikov, for the ongoing support. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a frequent visitor. Airtronic Cargo A330 on the way to the Polderbaan, Marissa says. That's good news. It's 11:03. Means that the runway that was open up until just now, runway 09, will stay closed for approximately 40 minutes. Means that everything that is destined to go out for the next, well, just under 40 minutes will be coming this way. As an A330 is approaching the threshold, 2 doggos are approaching me over here. They're having fun in the reeds. Have a look. Wagging their tail. Ooh, interesting. What is this? What is all this? Let's investigate further. Eee. That's one. Oh, and that's number 2. They're still continuing to see and explore. Have a look. They're having such fun. Was that Snoop Doggy Doggy? No, it wasn't. In the meantime, Mehmet just now gifting a membership. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. I see it is Eres who is the recipient. welcome to the Sky Lounge, Aris. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet and have fun with those custom emojis. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity. And Aris, welcome, or is it welcome back even, to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Guard your blimp, yeah, indeed. KLM Flight 755 to Quito, the capital of Ecuador. Ramon, goedemorgen. Roy, goedemorgen. Well, good morning. Embra, he wonders. Well, the airplane that you saw just now wasn't an Embra, but here at Schiphol there's never one too far away. For now, we'll have to make do with another flight to London Luton. Look away if you are Luton intolerant, it will give you the cramps, or at least you'll run a severe risk of getting cramps, so buyer beware. EasyJet flight 2514, and after that Suriname. Still not the A340 sadly, but just a plain TUI Dreamliner. And Mehmet on another account celebrating 5 months of membership made. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. So you have 2 accounts on under your own name and also one under your dad's name. How many more do you still have, mate? Thank you so much for the support, Mehmet, and for the many gifted memberships that you have given all throughout the last months. The membership is no longer to your liking. If anything is amiss, let me know. Old school sounds there by the A320, was it? A320. We have a cheater on cheater's lane, an Embraer 190. Here we can see. So this is an M190 going to Frankfurt. This is Air Dolomiti. Martin also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. This Embraer 190 is 15 years old already. iJank is the registration. It's India Juliet Alpha Echo November Kilo Jenk. Yanking it. Okay. iYank is what it says. That's the registration. It's not a children's channel, is it? Simon, good morning. And Mehmet, mate, thank you so much. Mehmet just now went ahead, gifted another membership, and I see it is Dustin who was the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Dustin. Have fun with the custom emojis and the membership. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet. Have fun. This is SLM flight 993 to Paramaribo. Normally speaking, an A340-600. Today, still a boring TUI Dreamliner. The Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Mike. Now that is actually one that we regularly see, normally speaking, flying for TUI itself. 10-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. Another gifted membership just now, gifted by Mehmet. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity. Cabello is the recipient. Hope I pronounced that somewhat properly. Cabello, thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines. And Mehmet, thank you so much for the generosity. Let's not mix up the names. Everyone, welcome to the Skylines. Cabello, have fun with the custom emojis. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. Hadi Joop, goedemorgen. Next up, Lufty flight 2303 to Munich. Normal A320, not a Neo. The day's Q, Delta Alpha India Zulu Quebec. 12-year-old airplane, first flight February 2013. After this, we are going to see an EasyJet A319 leaving for Eden. Bruh. And after that, Delta Airlines with another A330. Hey Paul, good morning, goedemorgen. Alright, fire in the hole, Lufty on the roll. Gallows close, good morning mate. Doing the ironing whilst watching the stream, that's multitasking for you. Here we have visual confirmation that we still have a relatively low ceiling today. But at least the weather is dry. That's more than we could say from yesterday and the day before yesterday's weather. Another wide body is coming this way, followed by a narrow body. It's a Delta A330. Which is also what is approaching right there. This is Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia. Mehmet just now gifting another membership. May thank you so much. I see it is Clive who is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Clive. Have fun with the custom emojis and enjoy the membership. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. That is above and beyond. Now, if you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. Make sure to subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, upcoming polls, and new posts in the community section. If you want to participate in the community section, make sure to subscribe as well, because you will have to be a subscriber for a week. That is to weed out any spammers. But as a viewer, as a subscriber, you are eligible to post your own posts in the community section. Have a look, quite a few have found it already. If you want to participate, feel free to do so. Also, if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask in the chat. Many are watching, they're all friendly, many of them are knowledgeable and will happily answer your questions. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. This is EasyJet Flight 7837 to Edinburgh. It's an A319. On the roll. Honda, goedemorgen. Photo video live, good morning. Kaidas, good morning. Feel another hand going cold, which means another battery has died on me. If I can do a quick replacement before the Delta A330 takes off. Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia is now lining up. It's an A330-300. Delta Airlines Flight 49 to New York, JFK is also approaching. And just around the corner has arrived another A330 Air China cargo to Chengdu in China. Atlas Air flying to Turkish coming to the Polderbaan. Hey, nice Another 747 underway. Thank you for the heads up there, Marissa. All right. Battery replaced. One glove still in my pocket. Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia is on the move. It's an A330-300. Will we see cables, streamers, and fluff? Streamers, we can see. Wing fluff, not so much. Wingtip 46, indicative of relative high humidity. That was Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia, the November 825 November Whiskey, 10 years old, first flight October 2015. Next after this, another Delta A330 to New York. And here you see just how low the ceiling is. Hey, Artjan, goedemorgen kerel. Artjan is celebrating 8 months of membership. Yes, yes, yes. Another month. Favorite streamer, he wrote in Dutch. But I'm pretty sure if you don't understand Dutch, you'll still would have understood the message. Artjan, thank you so much for your support, my friend. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. I know I sound like a broken record, but I mean it. If anything is to be improved, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Oh, here I was thinking Delta Airlines to New York would be the next departure, but somewhere along the line, KLM has overtaken the Delta. Or was it in front of the Delta to begin with? Not sure. Hey, Alvin, what up, mate? The big 3-0. Alvin returning in the chat. Coming in with a 30-month membership anniversary, mate. Has it been 30 months already? Hope you're doing well, Alvin. Welcome back, mate. And thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, mate. If not, let me know. Nah, you know how to reach me. You would have reached out to me already had something been wrong or amiss. But can't hurt to reiterate. Hope you're also still enjoying the modding. If not, let me know. Time flies when you're having fun is what they say. Absolutely. Or if you're really busy. Then too, time does seem to be flying at times. I guess it's a good sign then, isn't it? In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Ian McPherson. I think it's your periodic PayPal donation that I just received notification of. Mate, thank you so much once again, Ian. Ian, one of a few people who monthly automatically donate via PayPal. Another Delta to New York. He's now leaving. This is an A330neo. And also Johan is celebrating. It's very, very busy. Absolutely amazing. Another celebration, 20 months. And in Dutch, Johan writes, onwards to 24 months. Ornormo 17 hashtag. I'm not sure what the hashtag. Chris was wondering if I have a power station and a gust of wind just blew the cover of my tripod away. Or at least I always keep it over the power stations. There it is. To protect either from the sun or from rain or from cold. Next airplane to leave will be a Chinese A330. Air China Cargo doesn't have a flight number per se, but I'm suspecting it might be 3160. Going to Chengdu in China. That's an A330 200 P2F. Not sure what that signifies. Does anybody know what the P2F at the end of the type on flight radar, what it means? Registration is the Bravo 6091. It is 18 years old already. The first flight of this particular airplane was in September 2007. Ah, we have a spammer. Nice. It's been a long time since we had a spammer like that. Goodbye. Aviation nerd Milo is wondering if a 777 will be coming still. Well, here at Schiphol we never see them. It's all A330s and Dreamliners, so probably no. Just kidding. There's always one coming pretty soon. Ah, passenger to freight conversion. That makes sense. Passenger to freight conversion. Yeah. Well, there you go. It's a passenger to freight conversion. Which means it should still probably have windows. Yep, Atlas 747 to 36 Lima, indeed. Or left, I should say, more properly. Passenger to freighter. KLM Flight 705 in the background. That's a 7879 Dreamliner to Rio de Janeiro. Air China cargo to Chengdu. Chengdu. I was about to say Shanghai, but Chengdu. A330s always make it seem as if those main gears are made out of lead. The slow speed with which they retract it always boggles my mind. Right. It's a congregation of... Well, Heros is the manufacturer of the fence. That's a well-known fence producer in the Netherlands. So probably something is up with the fence work then, I am suspecting. The three dotted vehicle is from a private security firm, and this is Schiphol Security Operations. So I am suspecting something is up with the fence over there. Nou, goedemorgen. René, goedemorgen. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. VK3CRG, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. A 747 is coming this way. If you join us only later, you may have missed the first 747 that took off earlier in the morning from this runway, KLM Cargo, to Miami. This is KLM Flight 705 to Rio. Right, well, current status quo. In the water, not much to see. I do see some strobes in the background, and I am wondering, will bird control do a runway inspection quickly? It's looking like it. It's 11:24, which means that on paper this runway should still be open for another 15 or so minutes as the only runway for outbound traffic. But from this angle, it is looking an awfully lot like this bird controller is already on the runway. It's interesting because there is an exodus of wide bodies coming this way. 3 wide bodies I can see already. A 767 from United first. Oh, and 2 truck. Well, it's not a pickup so much, but 2 Schiphol vehicles are also making their way over to the other side. Are they going to the fence? Or are they continuing and... Yeah, something is up. I think something is up with the fence. Not with the fans, F-A-N-S, but fence, F-E-N-C-E. Interesting. In the meantime, there is a runway inspection in progress. The canal is still empty. No aquatic birds. Are those two that I saw earlier still here? Not sure, I'm not seeing any movement. Center is still in use for arrivals. Here we have another Delta A330 arriving. Hey Tom, goedemorgen. Ryan, goedemorgen. Brightness and white balance are still good? Question mark. There's the Atlas 747 that is also coming this way. Defencing. Wouldn't that be something, Paul? The wide body is approaching. United 767 will be the first arrival here. Emirates is also approaching. I'm thinking the trees are probably in the way. Air Europa and before it Emirates are coming, and I think this is the top floor. Yep, it is the top floor of P3. Air Europa over there, the tail, which means Emirates has to be a bit before it. There it is. Daniel, goedemorgen. Peter K, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hey, Jeff. Also in the chat. Jeff has an idea. OnlyFans. With the best and the prettiest fence works in the world. That's a good suggestion there, Jeff. Maybe you should register the trade name before somebody else does. OnlyFans. This is United flight 947 to Washington. It's a 767-300ER. Finnair is also approaching behind the Atlas 747. It's going to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Hey Jerome, welcome back, mate. Captain Jerry also back in the chat, and he announces that he just posted in a new community page. Looking forward to that. Hope you're doing well, Jerome. Still in hospital, I assume, or have they released you already and are you back home already? Arjan, goedemorgen. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. United Airlines flight 947 is making its way over to the threshold. You could also see the bird control doing an inspection still on the runway, which is why United is taking it slow. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience. And if you want to, make sure to subscribe. It'll allow you to turn on notifications, so whenever new stuff is announced, you'll be notified. It also allows you to participate in the chat and also to post in the community section. Have a look there. Viewers, subscribers more precisely, can post there and interact with one another. Quite a few people have already found the new community page, and so too now has Captain Jerry. If you're new to the channel and you have questions, feel free to ask. If you're not new to the channel and you have questions, feel free to ask as well. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you want to spend your time in Lurkers Lounge, that is fine as well, of course. Quite a few wide bodies are approaching, including the second 747 of the show. If you joined us later, you may have missed the first one. It was a KLM 747 that took off to Miami from this runway earlier in the morning. United Airlines Flight 947 to Washington is lining up. It's a 767-300. The November 648 Uniform Alpha is rolling. The airplane is 33 years old. First flight was in July 1992. July 1992. Summer vacation, and after that I still had 2 more years of elementary school to go. What were you doing in your life back in July 1992? And 2 lovely ladies are celebrating membership anniversaries. First of all, our beloved moderator Marissa. And also Caroline Party. Celebrating 31 and 20 months of membership respectively. Ladies, thank you both so much for your continued support. And to you guys too, I say, hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Hope you also still enjoy moderating, Marissa. If not, let me know. Hope you both are going to stick around for many more months to come. That was KLM, not KLM, that was United with the 767 vanishing into the still low level of clouds, around 1,000 foot. That's also the reason that runway 24 is not in use right now. Marginal visibility, as it's called, that calls for more spatial separation, and that is why the center runway together with the Aalsmeerbaan 36 center and 36 right are now used for arrivals. Same as yesterday. Sven Herzog asks, what language do you speak? My mother tongue is Dutch. And I speak a few words of English, mostly. The rest is all very marginal. Other languages. Emirates, flight 146 to Dubai, 777-300 the Alpha 6 Echo Golf Quebec. 13 years old, first flight May 2012. And Air Europa in the background going to Madrid. Dreamliner on a Sunday, so apparently there's enough people wanting to move back and forth on a Sunday that they can fill a Dreamliner with it. That's not the case for Helsinki, Finland, because Finnair today is not flying the A350 sadly, but a smaller jet. For a moment, a brief bit of wing fluff over the top foil of both wings. Even though it is still looking very cloudy, it's looking like the relative humidity is reducing. Now, 5 vehicles approaching on the other side of the runway. Sanders K, if you're watching, it's your old car. And the Tesla as well. What on earth are they? That's airside. So what's a Tesla doing? And a Citra, is it a Citra? No, it's a Peugeot. So what are they doing on airside? Interesting developments here. Interesting developments. Air Europa in the meantime. Oh, and there's the Atlas 747. Air Europa Air Europa to Madrid. Caroline just now went ahead, gifted the membership to Klaus. Caroline, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but thank you for doing it anyway. Everyone, welcome to the Sky Lounge. Klaus, have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you to Caroline. And enjoy those custom emojis. Quite a few things happening here. One of which is apparently there's a malfunction with the fence on the other side. So people over there, security. And now those vehicles have gone again? Where did they go to? Must have missed their departure. You'd think you'd see a white Tesla and a bright yellow Peugeot 107, but I'm looking to the north and I'm looking to the south. No longer am I seeing them. Alright, well, such is life. Martin says, don't take offense. Second queen of the show, over there. Atlas, flying on behalf of Turkish. It will be leaving from Miami, Florida. I think so, Marissa. I think they did also take off. Because they vanished all of a sudden. Unless I was hallucinating those two cars just now, but I'm pretty sure you guys saw them too, right? I think I'm sobering up. Time to hit the bottle. In the meantime, I see that Lance is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Barrialiane? Amsterdam, Johannesburg. Yep. You found a weak spot in what I do, Jeff. Great plane spotter, cars, not so much. Yeah, no. But really, where did they go to? I'm pretty sure that they must have returned where they came from. Anyway. Right. DW Wolf also saw them. So at least I wasn't hallucinating. That's at least something. Oh no! Bastards! Bastards, bastards, bastards! Bastards, bastards, bastards! You know what this is? I think this is either the airplane returning to the apron or it's going to runway 09. This isn't good. This isn't good. This is us being robbed of the second 747, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure what's going on there. But we just got robbed, and it wasn't even a Canadian bank robber or a G in the house. Mr. Gamble asks, are you sitting in a van or something to film from your side? No, mate, this is a cycling path and an open grass field where I'm standing. It's 7 degrees Celsius, so I'm standing in basically a refrigerator where the wind is also blowing. It is nice though, we are standing a bit further to the south than normally would have been the case, and we can see that over here in this field they have recently sown wheat. Winter wheat, I think. This should become a beautiful golden field of wheat in spring/summer next year. Finnair is approaching. I'm not sure where Turkish is going to. Well, I know that, Lance. I drive the C1 version of that car myself. I recognize it immediately. Great cars. There's not much on them, but that also means that there's not much that can break. In the meantime, Finnair going to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Professor Darshne says in Dutch that it's looking like it is a bit cold. It definitely is a bit coolish here. I'm standing with my heated gloves on. As soon as I'm running out of batteries, it is also game over with respect to the stream, because my hands will get cold pretty quickly then. And you'll lose all the necessary fine motor skills required for filming decently. But at least it's dry. That's the silver lining, I guess. Not sure about tomorrow with respect to being able to stream. Showers are expected. Wintry showers at that, maybe even. And again, showers are short-lived usually. Wintry precipitation might also be interesting. Not sure yet. I'll probably check again tonight, and if I'm still hesitant, tomorrow morning. And if not, there's always next week, Thursday, hopefully. All right, well, what is Turkish doing? Are they returning to the apron? We say it jokingly at times, but it almost makes you wonder if the pilots forgot their passport or something. Still looking at what Turkish is doing. The Atlas Air 747 that was supposed to be coming this way to fly to Miami. Ooh, I spy with my little eye two doggos that were here before. Ooh. Oh, let's explore things. Oh, oh. Where did the other one go? Already further up ahead. All right, it is time for Delta. Delta Airlines flight 257 to Boston, Massachusetts. The November 407 Delta X-Ray, 5 years old, first flight March 2020. Marissa says, I believe they are returning because it's still assigned to 36 left. Are they now coming back again? What is going on with that 747? Really? All right. Let's turn around. KLM flight 791 is next to take off to Sao Paulo. 777-300, it's the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor India. 13-year-old airplane, first flight June 2012. morning, Prince Shorts. And Thunder, good morning. Anybody else who might have joined us in the meantime, good morning to you too. You're still watching AMS Live here. My name is Boy, we're here at the Polderbaan. AKA runway 36 left. #1747 took off via this runway, KLM cargo. Another one was coming this way, but now is returning to the apron. Not exactly sure what's going on there. That is curious. Indeed. Molly is hearing In the meantime, it seems that we have crossed through 500 likes, at least that is what Maria is saying. Thank you all so much for the support, guys. If you guys are enjoying the show and you haven't liked the show yet and you want to help us reach a wider audience, make sure to leave another like. 1,000 likes while live will still get you guys an airplane dance, though it's been a while since we last had one, and I'm sure there will be another time, but will today be that moment? So, we're waiting for traffic to come this way. There are 2 wide bodies already on the move. And I think with a little bit of luck we might even be able to catch a glimpse of them, since they are taxiing to the north to go around the northern threshold of the center runway. Yep, one of the tails in the distance. Now behind those buildings. But it was there alright. One of the 2 airplanes, either KLM Flight 757 or United Flight 908. In the meantime, over here we have EasyJet taking Cheaters Lane. EasyJet Flight 8680 to London Gatwick, an A319 using Cheaters Lane. It's cutting off another A319 from BA, which is over there, and is expected to go to London Heathrow. Hey there, Carol in the world. Rob, goedemorgen. Anyway, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Primary runway for outbound traffic. Earlier this morning, runway 09 was the secondary runway, and I'm thinking that is now once again in use. Looking at Flight Radar, I see a KLM to Nairobi and Tarom over there. Why this runway use, you might be wondering. Low ceiling, in other words, this counts as marginal visibility, and that means more spatial separation is required. Normally with wind blowing from the northeast like we have today, runway 06 would be the primary runway for arrivals. But with a ceiling below 2,000 feet, we need different runway use for more spatial separation between the airplanes. And that is why the center runway, together with the Aalsmeerbaan 36 center and 36 left, right, are now used for arrivals. Center instead of Kaagbaan. And runway 09, the Buitenveldebaan going to the east. And this are the 2 runways catering to outbound traffic. It's 7 degrees Celsius, in other words, a little below 50 F. It's a fridge over here with a bit of wind, which is why it is relatively calm here, despite it being a Sunday. The crows are here, and there are some people who are braving the relatively cold weather. Most of them are still at the parking lot of the Spottersplatz itself. If you joined us only later, you may have missed the 747 KLM cargo departure to Miami from this runway. Hopefully we'll witness another 747 departing from this runway. There was one underway, but it's returning to its apron for some reason. This is BA flight 433. Going to London Heathrow. It's an A319. How low is the ceiling then, you might be wondering. There's your answer. Still pretty low. Wagner, bon dia. Mr. Koopa, tuning in from Quebec, good morning. Carol in the world, good morning. London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Such a Pavlov reaction by you guys. I've trained you well, I see. Ooh, oh, what's this? They're not afraid of humans at all. He's just looking at me, he's thinking, do you have food with you? Want to share some? Come on, mate, I saw you. I know you have something with you. Sharing is caring, you know that, right? Help a brother out. And his buddy over there is looking, oh, I'm pretty sure he has some. Don't let him get away. Yeah, no, they're in the field now. Or at least two of them are. Maybe some wheat kernels. Oh, now another one has landed over here. So we have now 1 and 2. They're surrounding me. You can clearly see they're ready to attack. First, circle around the prey. And then close in on him and attack. Attack from the back. Hey there, Phil. Goedemorgen. Good morning. Phil and Carol tuning in from Brighton. Good morning to you both. And welcome to the show. Leon, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Wim, goedemorgen. And thank you for the kind words. Lance says, you know, knife crime, lunatic cyclists, crap food, huge costs, terrible pollution, dead Mary Poppins, London. It sounds like you might be describing Amsterdam, or for that matter, any big city in Europe, mate. Yep, ganging up on me, indeed. This is KLM flight 757 to Panama City, a 787-10 Dreamliner. Mark H is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else who might have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. United Airlines to Chicago. The second 767 of the show, I think. Dennis, goedemorgen. Now, look at flight radar and you'll see that the Turkish 747, which is operated by Atlas Air, is still standing at the southern threshold of the center runway. For reasons unknown, at least to me, I'm not sure if anybody was listening in on the radio and has heard anything about what's going on over there. If you know more, sharing is caring. Please chime in the chat and let us know. Pretty sure we're all curious to hear what is going on with that 747. Spekbig, goedemorgen. Alright. The 767 is approaching, and the 787 is about to line up. KLM Flight 757 to Panama City. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Papa. Brand new airplane. First flight was in May 2025. No sooner has it lined up and it's going already. Was that a turn and burn or did it stop for a brief second? Couldn't see well from here. Not at least on my little camera screen. And the second United 767 in the background. Flight 908 to Chicago. Cabin cabin in the front. Relative front. Then says 747 forgot to put gas in the machine. Yeah. Either that or they lost their passports or something like that, or the coffee wasn't good. Probably a very trivial reason. United Airlines Flight 908 to Chicago is up next. It's a 767-300ER. The airplane is 27 years old. First flight June 1998. June 1998. 27 years old. November 664 Uniform Alpha. Bit of wing fluff still. Some airplanes produce it, some don't. Some have vortices emanating from either the flapping tips or the wing tips. And others don't. You can definitely tell that this airplane is hailing from a different era. Back when engines produced a lot more smoke and less clean exhaust gases. Dustin says that the 747 is moving again. So it seems. The question is it continuing to the aprons or is it actually coming back here to the Polderbaan? Oh, what's this? A small droplet on my lens. Interesting. Interesting. Didn't think it was raining. It doesn't seem to be raining. Am I speaking with consumption around the corner? Droplets that are leaving my mouth, flying forward and then being blown backwards towards the lens. Could that be it? Insect pee. Yeah. Well, whatever it was, it's no longer on the lens if all is well, and the lens should be clean again. Right, well, Atlas is definitely going back to the apron, so not sure if we are going to see that later in the show. God no, it's drizzly droplets. I hope it isn't. The rest of my equipment here is still dry, so one isolated droplet. Oh, thanks for the tip, Wolfgang. He says you shouldn't piss against the wind. I always thought it was extra fun getting a warm shower over your legs. I always regarded it as a smart way to stay warm. There you go. Okido, what's coming up next? Well, not much. Well, definitely airplanes will be coming this way still, but we'll have to wait a bit by the looks of it. There's the A350-1000. Or, yeah, that's the A350-1000, isn't it? Right, let's see. So the Turkish 747 operated by Atlas Air is definitely returning to the gate for reasons unknown. The A380 is approaching the destination Dubai. Has that been assigned for, confirmed for center? For center? That's interesting. Oh wait, no, we do have two runways in use now for outbound traffic, so makes sense. The only runway is indeed the center runway. And indeed, cue the waiting music. 777 is on the move. That's KLM flight 743. That's coming this way. It's going to go to Lima in Peru. Has to go around the northern threshold of the center runway first. It's looking like this will be the next airplane. Fidel Castro in the foreground, by the way, top right. Yeah, that's the downside of the center runway being in operation. It's a pity that you don't see the airplanes from the center runway, the northern threshold, when you don't see them landing on that runway so well. Otherwise, it would be fun to go over to the 2000L. I've streamed there before when there was a runway closed for maintenance. I think it was the Polderbaan, or no, it might have been the Kaagbaan. North side of the center runway. So that's KLM flight 743 going to Lima in Peru. In the background you can see the top floor of P3, the parking lot. Phone reception masts in the background, or at least one. And you can see that the northern threshold of the runway is right there. You can see the tail orientation changing. Crossing the runway and returning again on this side. Captain Kickass also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. anyway. KLM Flight 743 is not the only airplane coming this way. KLM Flight 1007 is behind it. That's another airplane going to London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Now I'm not seeing any other airplanes coming this way right away. Although there's definitely a few that are now alive on the platform that are going to come this way, with destinations lying to the west of the Netherlands. David Wolf asks if I hear the bird. I don't hear the bird. I don't think there is a bird over here. Constant whistling, no. What you're hearing is a contraption that is using audio to measure the height of the cloud base. That's over there. That's the... or something similar. Here we have Fidel Castro. Once again, looking for Pinky and the Brain. In the meantime, the Emirates A380 passing overhead. I can hear it, but of course, impossible to see. Cloud base relatively low. It's also the reason that it's going to the center runway to land on. If we had better visibility, a higher ceiling, it would have gone to runway 24. That's the downside of filming departures. You do sometimes have an interruption of the flow of traffic, like now when you have to wait several minutes for stuff to start happening again. E2 Embraer 195 in the background. Nice size comparison. Hadi Enrico, goedemiddag. And good afternoon everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. One of two runways in use for outbound traffic. Runway 09 being the other one. The Emirates destination Dubai special livery is in the vicinity. It just passed overhead. I heard it, but I wasn't able to show you because it was above the cloud ceiling. We'll be landing on the center runway shortly. We'll see if we can catch its arrival. We should probably hear its reversers once, if they do get applied. Not always do they apply them. Often they do. In the meantime, Danny has returned. Danny Romeinders, he is celebrating 21 months of membership. Goedemiddag boy, alweer 21 maanden groot fan. Which is Dutch for good afternoon boy, already 21 months, a big fan. Mate, thank you so much for your kind words and for your continued support. Dankjewel Danny. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. I know I sound like a broken record saying it constantly, but I mean it. Thank you so much, Danny, and congratulations. That's 3 more months and you'll be turning blue. Hope you'll stay around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. That airplane in the background is looking so much bigger than the one in the foreground. And if you consider that the difference in distance is pretty sizable. This little E2 wannabe 777 pales in comparison to the real deal. Wannabe 777 with a big carrying cabin in the back. And it's going to be followed by a real 777 in a few moments. Paul, goedemiddag. Paul van Rooyen even says sir to me. I'm not a sir. Goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Harry the Heron. There he is. Harry the hypnotizing heron. He's looking us straight in the face. I know what you're looking at. Me. And he's doing a neck boogie. Boogie, boogie, boogie. The head perfectly still, but the neck is doing boogie woogie. That was funny to see. Right, Fidel Castro at the 1 o'clock in the foreground. But in the background we have a 777-300 KLM flight 743. It's going to Lima in Peru right next to Ecuador in Latin America. In the meantime, Leroy joining us again and he is celebrating as well. Goedemiddag, hier ook bijna de 2 jaar. Good afternoon, here also almost the 2 years. Leroy, mate, thank you so much for your support as well. Almost 2 years. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better then. Leroy, mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support and congratulations on almost going blue. 2 more months. Looking for wing fluff over the top foil, but not seeing any. Well, as you can see, the ceiling is still low. And our next airplane is still pretty far away. Oh, another drizzly droplet. What the fudge? Not seeing any droplets here on my lens though. On my camera and other equipment, so not sure where those droplets are coming from. Yay! Lisa is also celebrating. She is celebrating 16 months as a member. Sweet 16 already. It's bananas.
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Well, Lisa, thank you too for your continued support. If anything in the lounge is amiss, let me know. I think you'll know how to reach me. If all is well, I think. I hope. Congratulations and thank you so much, Lisa, for your continued support as well. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat, but even more fun when you are joining me. Oh, hey. Low pass by Fidel Castro. Low terrain flying. Wow. Oh, another one. He just passed me by at high speed, only centimeters above the waterline. Need more chippies in the lounge. More crisps are needed. Well, I'll be on my way then. Make sure that we have ample in the lounge ASAP. Paul asks if it isn't cold there at the moment. It certainly is, which is why I am wearing a thick winter parka. I have rain trousers over my jeans to shield off the wind and the cold. I am wearing heated gloves, and I have a winter parka hoodie over my hat so that my neck and ears also stay warm and my face stays shielded from the wind. You need to layer up because otherwise it is impossible to stay here without getting cold. So layers, 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 gloves, winter parka. This is helping tremendously to keep your face warm and shielded from the wind, particularly on windy days. Rain trousers, double layer. If it really gets cold, I'll double up the layers of socks and also go for ski trousers under my rain trousers instead of regular jeans. That's not necessary yet, but it's definitely a bit chilly. I'm looking in the general direction of where I am expecting the Emirates flight to appear. Emirates flight 147, arriving from Dubai, destination Dubai, special livery, landing on the center runway, on the glide slope already, but not yet broken through the ceiling below it. Once it does, and I think it just has, it should become pretty apparent. Where am I? Is it more to the left or to the right? I'm pretty... There it is. Here we go. Hey Aphrodite, goedemiddag. Good to see ya. So yeah, a shitty ceiling means that it's hard to see the traffic, but there you go, here it is. Destination Dubai, Emirates flight 147, flight time 6 hours and 36 minutes, nominal flight duration. It's the Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Tango. The airplane is 10 years old, its first flight was in July 2015. More stroopwafels in the lounge, Jeff asks. I'll put them on the groceries list and get them right away after I'm done streaming. In the meantime also, Peter, thank you so much for your support. Super chatted. Boy, create a membership for Harry the Heron. A membership for Harry? Not exactly sure what you are on about. He is an honorary member of AMS Live. I'm not going to make him a fully fledged member as long as he keeps snatching little ducklings and eat them in front of us. He needs to be learned to have some manners. Here's the A380. Took a little while before the sound of the reversers being applied traveled here. Another airplane in the foreground coming this way, that's a TUI Dreamliner. Caleb flight 1139 to Dublin, Ireland, an Embraer 190. Here's a TUI Dreamliner coming this way, TUI flight 757. In the meantime, another airplane lined up over here, a small airplane which will be leaving for Inverness in Scotland, flight 903. Valmir, bom dia, and welcome to the show, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined in the meantime as well. You're watching Aviation Live. My name is Boy. We are here at runway 36 left, the Polderbaan. One of 2 runways in use for departures. Everything going to the north and to the west will be leaving via this runway. Everything from the east, going to the east, will leave via runway 09 at the moment. Why this runway configuration? Low ceiling. In other words, this counts as marginal visibility. Requires more spatial separation, so instead of using runway 06, 36 center and 36 right are being used for arrivals, and 09 and 36 left are being used for departures. KLM Embraer 190 to Inverness in Scotland. Drizzly droplets. What? Now I'm also feeling them on my face and on my glasses. The tiniest of drizzly droplets. Let's see if we can get those drizzly droplets off. All right. Okido, we're waiting for the next airplane to be coming this way. It's a TUI Dreamliner. TUI Dreamliner. Delta Airlines A330 to Minneapolis is also coming this way. Here's the TUI Dreamliner initially. This is TUI Flight 757 going to Punta Cana. While TUI is making its way over, what is the Embraer going to do? Oftentimes you see those little airplanes creeping in front of the wide bodies. Yep, that's also what's happening here. E2 Embraer to Bergen. No, wait, that's not an E2, that's just a regular Embraer 190. Taking Cheater's Lane. Hey, Delaware is also back. Tuning in from Saudi Arabia. Good to see you, mate. Doing well over here as well. Happy to hear you're doing well as well. And it seems that we've crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to help this channel grow, and you haven't done so already, a like goes a far way. Make sure to subscribe if you want to participate in the chat, or if you want to post stuff in the community section. Have a look. Many have already discovered the section and have posted there. Subscribers who have been a subscriber for a week, and that is to weed out any spammers, are eligible to post stuff over there and interact with one another. Have a look. It's sort of like, what's it called again? I always forget the name. That thingy that we used to have, that somebody used to make. But then on YouTube, a forum. Oh, come on, what's it called again? I always keep forgetting the name. Because I'm never using it. Anyway. TUI Flight 757 to Punta Cana. It's a 7878 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Kilo. 11 years old, first flight May 2014. Oh yeah, Discord, thank you Lisa. It's sort of like a Discord, but then on YouTube. Delta Airlines Flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota is approaching. Should be the next departure after this. Have a look at the wings. They creep upward as the airplane gains speed. The curvature starts forming once it rotates. And more weight being pushed, or as they're pulling more weight. It's kind of sort of like an AMS Live logo, but with less flex. This is Delta Airlines Flight 163 going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's the November 820 November Whiskey, 18 years old, first flight August 2007. A330-300, almost immediately going, turning and burning. Now, has anybody heard what happened to the 747 from Turkish, flying on from Atlas, flying on behalf of Turkish? It arrived here and then it suddenly turned around and went back again to its apron. For me, for reasons unknown. Ah, wing fluff. Nice to see. And if you look closely, there were also some streamers, some wingtip vortices that you could see. They were a bit harder to spot. Hey, Frank has also returned in the chat. Good to see you, Frank. Good morning. It's not shown on flight radar anymore, is it? Strange. 747 was looking like it was turning this way, and then all of a sudden it was going the other way. At first I was seeing it on flight radar and I was thinking it's a mistake. Flight radar is acting up. Then I looked in the direction of the 747 and I actually saw its back. I realized it wasn't a fuck up from flight radar, but actually happening. Atlas 747 almost making it to the Polderbaan, but not completely. A quick sip of vodka to keep things flowing. In the meantime, KLM flight 939 to Glasgow rolling. It's an Embraer 190. We haven't seen much of the bird control here today, but they're not too far away. on guard over there. Which one is this? K4. In the meantime, Russell flying off. We're waiting for the next batch of airplanes. They should become visible over there. If not already, yeah, over there. Let's see, what else is expected to be coming this way? Mostly narrow bodies for the time being, although I do see Delta Airlines Flight 237 to Tampa alive. Two airplanes turning around the corner, an Embraer 175 and an Embraer 190. Now it's not all doom and gloom with just Embraers. There's also a 737 coming this way. Has just gotten around the threshold, the northern threshold of the center runway. A 737-800. Meanwhile, there is a Turkish A330 lining up at the threshold 09. I'm thinking on paper we ought to be able to see it, and I think we see it right there. Never realized how much the logos on the tail of both Turkish and of Cathay Pacific look alike. There you go. So that's Turkish Airlines Flight 1952 taking off via runway 09 on its way. How much can we see of the runway? That's K4 in the foreground. I think we can actually see quite a bit of... Yeah. No, wait, that's that's a truck. Not too bad, not too bad. I must say I never tried following departures from 09, but I noticed that we are able to see quite a bit of it. Nice. Nice. Well, the A350-1000 has only been pushed back. It's not yet lining up. But it will take off via the same runway as the Turkish just now did, so nice sort of test drive, if you will. Another glove has gone cold. Let me quickly see if I can change the battery. Probably have to do it in bits, because I think KLM flight 13, what is it? 1305 to Gdansk, yeah. Turning and burning, already moving. Embraer 175 going to Gdansk in Poland. The Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray India, 9 years old, first flight July 2016. Next after that is going to be KLM flight 1233 to Göteborg, an Embraer 190. KLM flight 1233 to Göteborg, lined up there, ready to go. Time to renew the battery. Quick. Here we go. In the cuff. on again. Put back on the other glove as well. All right. Indeed, Frank, excellent weather for a sip of Datka vodka. It's, what temperature is it? The meter was saying 7 degrees earlier, 7 degrees Celsius, so it's just under 50 Fahrenheit. For those of you who are used to Fahrenheit, with a bit of wind, I'm basically standing in a refrigerator with wind. Good weather for vodka and for heated gloves. Seems that Wilma has to go again. Thanks for joining, Wilma. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again soon. KLM 737 to Eden.
Bruh.
Lined up right here. This is KLM flight 927. Let's see, it's narrow bodies o'clock right now. It does look like Delta Airlines flight 237 to Tampa has been pushed back. That is the only wide body I can now see on flight radar that is going to be taking off via the Polderbaan on short notice. It's not going to be the last one, you can rest assured. We know that from experience. Nice Karen cabin in the back. On that 737. Hey, Klaas is also back in the chat. Oh, no, Klaas has to go. Klaas was in the chat, but he's leaving. I missed your arrival and I only saw your message leaving, announcing that you're leaving. Enjoy lunch, Klaas. Kuwait is over there. But has that arrived or what? It probably has arrived, or if it's leaving, it's not yet showing on flight radar. Martin, goedemiddag. So while we're waiting for the next arrival over here, we can also indulge and have another look at flight radar to see what the weather is doing. Visualization, for those of you who don't understand or know exactly what the letters and digits in the ticker mean, let's have a look at the visualization of the current weather. So we can see that there's a lot of cloudiness and there's a ceiling at 1100 feet, pretty stable. We have two layers of clouds, broken clouds at 1100 feet and broken clouds at 1500 feet, which are shown here. Oh, 3 layers, of course, still few clouds at 900 feet as well. Below that, 10 kilometers of visibility as indicated by the 9999. It's the report from 11:25 Zulu, that's 12:25. In other words, this is a fresh report from 15 minutes ago. The wind is 10 knots from 030 degrees as is indicated by this arrow. And here you can see the wind speed. The wind direction is variable between 350 and 060. Those are these two arrows over there, means that the wind is mostly from the north-northeast with less spread than earlier. The temperature is 8 degrees Celsius, the dew point is 6. 8 degrees C, that is I think 48 Fahrenheit or so. QNH is the air pressure in hectopascals, 1009, and it is becoming broken clouds at 1600 feet. In other words, the levels are rising. In other words, the ceiling should also rise along with it. This is the current runway use. Center is the only runway in use for the arrivals. 09 is being used for departures, and of course 36 left is 2. We are standing approximately over there. The next airplane is lining up. That is going to Aalborg, KLM flight 1285. There it is. KLM flight 1285. It's one of the German Airways Embraer 190s going to Aalborg. The DAG MP, Delta Alpha Golf Mike Papa, 16 years old, hailing from 2009, the month not mentioned on flight radar. And into the clouds it goes. Goedemiddag, Shiny Crossbro. Yillard, goedemiddag. Yillard indicating that the Kuwait just landed. Things are grinding to a slow trickle here, not just with the drizzly droplets, but also with traffic. It does look like the A350-1000 will be leaving via runway 09 pretty soon. Cathay Pacific, flight 270 to Hong Kong. I do see that Delta Airlines flight 237 to Tampa is on its way over. Right now, that seems to be most of it. Then again, it is 12:42, and that means that within 20 minutes, the secondary runway, runway 09, should close again, and from 1 till 2 o'clock, we should once again start seeing all the outbound traffic coming here to the Polderbaan. Navy Jack is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And welcome to everybody else who also joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. I was about to say 18 right, but that's in the other direction. One KLM Cargo 747 took off via this runway earlier in the show to Miami, Florida. And there was another one coming this way, operating on behalf of Turkish. It was an Atlas Air. It came very close to the runway area, but then it turned around again and went back to the gate. Or at least the apron. There's no gate for the cargo airplanes, but figuratively speaking. Now, I, for one, still am wondering why it went back. If anybody heard anything about it, by all means, let us know. I think now the Cathay Pacific is going to be the next departure via runway 09. The A350-1000 going to Hong Kong, flight 270. It's lining up. Now, if you guys are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like if you want to help us reach a wider audience and help the channel grow. If you want to interact in the chat, or if you want to post anything in the community section, or if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. Cathay Pacific now lining up on runway 09. Runway 09 still open for another 15 or so minutes. After that, a power hour at the Polderbaan. It's actually an inbound rush hour where 2 runways will be open for inbound traffic, but that means only one will be open for outbound traffic. That's going to be this runway. Oh, more drizzle now. Oh, it's starting to rain. Well, no, it's just drizzle, but interesting. What does the weather radar say? It's been poor weather all weekend, yesterday and the day before yesterday. Raininess, drizzle, all throughout the day. Tomorrow showers are expected, wintry showers. On paper, this was supposed to be the one more or less dry day of the weekend. Even that not completely true. Cathay Pacific, the A350-1000 flight 270 to Hong Kong. Stefan is also back in the chat. And he super chatted, sorry for being late. No need to be sorry, mate. No need to apologize. If you're busy, you're busy. Good to see you again, mate. All right. Delta Airlines flight 237 is taxiing over there. That's our next airplane. Yep. Now, interestingly, they are not letting it skip the runway and traverse directly. Everything is still, or... Wait a minute, no, am I speaking too soon? Because... What's it doing? Will it make a left-hand turn? If it's not, then... And it isn't. Yeah. They're still letting the Delta continue around the runway. The Transavia apparently just having arrived over there. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemiddag. TPV, good afternoon. All right. Well, it's interesting. The wind is blowing from the northeast, so from over there, more or less. There's a slight drizzle going on. You're not really getting particularly wet, but it's mostly visible on lenses and camera equipment. At the horizon, further to the north, it is looking to be more open, more light. So it's a nice, interesting contrast that you see. We're still waiting. Delta will be the first arrival here. Arriving to leave, of course. While we're waiting, that gives me a moment to at least clean the camera lens. Insofar as that is going to be a lasting effect. For now, it'll help. So wipe away some of the droplets on my camera lens and also on the phone, because if they aggregate and start rolling, my phone will interpret that as swiping, and unwanted things always happen whenever that occurs. Won't get to that easily. Like I said before, those droplets are mostly visible on lenses and not so much real rain that gets you wet. Maria has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Maria. Sleep well and hopefully see you again later. Not sure yet about tomorrow. I hope at least we'll be back again on Thursday. Right, the first next arrival here is number 190, which will be going to Copenhagen. KLM flight 1271. The drizzle has made it a bit more hazy than it was before, as you can see. Harry Heron, Steven Seagal, all there, further back. All right, time for KLM flight 1271 to take off to Copenhagen. Embraer 190 already rolling. It seems that quite a few of the airplanes over there have done a turn and burn. which is a custom emoji that members have access to. Plenty of members in the chat. Hardly ever do I see them using those custom emojis. Such a waste, guys. Have fun with them. Up and away. Hadi Gerrit, goedemiddag. Well, I am inclined to say that slowly but surely we are seeing a higher ceiling. That brightness at the northern horizon is looking promising. The gray, the gray murkiness over here, less so. But it is looking like more clear skies are coming this way at some point. And the tower controllers are still at work. Ah, another widebody is also on the move. KLM flight 611. KLM flight 611 to Chicago is also coming this way. Indeed, Frank, 5 more weeks and then slowly but surely the days will start lengthening again. Eight hours and a bit. No, wait, 8 hours and 48 minutes or so the day length here yesterday. I looked it up on timeanddate.com. The shortest day of the year here at 52 degrees latitude, northern hemisphere, is 7 hours and 40, what was it, 43 or so minutes? In other words, we still need to lose an hour of daytime length in the next few weeks. Right. This time for the final battery replacement. I have 3 sets of battery with me. The second glove is now also ready for its third and final pair. Yeah, and in half a year from now, almost 16 hours of sunshine here. It's a big comparison. The more to the poles you go, the more extreme the differences between the daytime length in summer and winter. I think it is even more, almost 17 hours of daytime length around June 21st. Here's our next airplane, Delta Airlines Flight 237, leaving for Tampa and Florida. Behind it is an Embraer 175 to Birmingham, KLM Flight 1045. It's a cheater, or is it? I'm counting on it to be taking off earlier, taking cheater's lane. That's almost always the case. Erik also back, good to see ya. And we can confirm that the Embraer 175 is taking cheater's lane. KLM Flight 1045 to Birmingham. A cheating KLM Embraer. Who would have thought? First flight of this airplane, May 2016, making it 9 years old. Right. I see that Mikey the Bloody Magpie has also returned with his mate. A bit further south of me on the cycling path and in the grass. Are they also coming here to to sneak attack on me? Have we heard any news with regards to the 747 that was returning to the apron? Did anybody find out why they went back? Does anybody know if they're coming back here for a second try to take off? I, for one, am still looking forward to seeing a second 747 before the end of the show. Mikey the Bloody Magpie and his mate over there. And the other one is flying over there. Continuously up and down. Alright, Delta Airlines Flight 237 ready to go to Tampa in Florida, where it's undoubtedly warmer and probably sunnier once the sun gets up than it is over here. The November 813 November Whiskey, 18 years old, first flight November 2006. 3 times nope, Wolfgang says. That's unfortunate. Thus far only one 747 we have seen. KLM Cargo. Pretty at the beginning of the show actually. Streamers have mostly gone. Every now and then you do see a glimpse of it. Alvin also has to go back to bed. Mate, it was a pleasure to have you in the chat again. Looking forward to seeing you a bit more often. Sleep tight, mate, and hopefully see you again soon. This is KLM Flight 1177 to Stavanger. It's an Embraer 175. After that, KLM Flight 611, which is leaving for Chicago. That is a 7879 Dreamliner. It is 12:59, and that means that the power hour of the Polderbaan is about to commence. Here from 1 till 2 o'clock. Only the Polderbaan is going to be open for outbound traffic, and only 2 runways will be open. Well, no, not only 2 runways will be open for inbound traffic, and that means only 1 for outbound. So even though technically speaking it is an inbound rush hour with 2 runways open for inbound traffic, we should see everything leaving Schiphol leave via this runway, the Polderbaan. Bulldozer also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan. 36 left. Around this time, it should become the only runway for outbound traffic for an hour. Traffic to pick up a bit. It has been a bit slow last hour, but it should start to pick up again. Now, I can definitely confirm that the brighter horizon to the north is looking to be coming this way, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing more open weather hopefully coming this way. On the scale of chimney smoke, this is what things look like. This is almost in the direction of the wind. The wind is blowing from north-northeast, which is more or less from over there. So the openness is definitely coming this way. Let's quickly turn around. There is a Dreamliner to Chicago lined up and ready to go. It's KLM flight 611. John, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show. Hey Petros, good afternoon. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Hotel Alpha BHA. 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2015. Fire in the hole. The airplane on a roll. The strobes for a moment seem to be in sync, but there is a difference in tempo. Hey Arjan, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Right, so the power hour should commence, and I am happy to see that there is a Chinese triple already coming this way. Power hour of the Polderbaan has begun. BA coming here. KLM, SAS, Transavia, Chinese triple. Icelandair also. The power hour is commencing. Hope you guys are still enjoying. I am definitely still enjoying here, although it is a bit chilly. Great fun. There's the Chinese triple. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching. They're all knowledgeable and happy to answer your questions. Or at least give it a try. Atlas expected 143, Wolfgang says. Well, if they adhere to that schedule, we should see it still taking off here. Fingers crossed they're not going to get additional delay. Windsock visible on the right, indicative of the wind. Doesn't seem to be very windy over there. The ripples in the water over here tell a different story. Over here it seems to be a bit more windy than it is actually, or at least it seems to be at the fire station, which is where the windsock is located. Marjola says lots of sun in Den Helder, which is in the north of North Holland. We'll go to Schiphol. That's good news. Thanks for the heads up. Lots of blue sky. Well, we can definitely see that there is brighter weather at the northern horizon coming this way. Patience. Patience is a virtue. It's also what we need, because right now it is still overcast over here. No longer the drizzly droplets. runway inspection. Before the traffic starts rolling again, let me just quickly double check that we don't have any dried up droplet remains on the camera lens. It's already grim enough as it is. Don't want to have more stuff reducing the quality of the stream. Rob asks if I am live next week Friday. That is a good question. And the answer is always the same. I don't know yet. Unless there is 100% certainty that it's going to stay dry, which I don't think there is. I don't know beforehand whether or not I am able to go out or not. I saw Boop the Snooty from the corner of my eye, and it is the Transavia Retro coming this way. If the weather is decent enough, I should be out for a stream on Friday, and on Thursday, and on Saturday, and on Sunday. Alrighty. Next up is BA. BA flight 435 to London Heathrow, A319. Frank asks, will you add Christmas bells as a sound to your collection? Well, there's not a lot of airplanes where we can use that on. Now, are there? There is the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Speedbird that we can use it on. But it is a nice idea with the Christmas holidays arriving and whatnot. I'll have to think about it. Next up, KLM flight 1583 to Lisbon, 737-800. Meantime, buddy, mate, you didn't have to do that. Just now received notification by Dukman, aka Buddy, PayPal donation with the text, brrr, buy yourself a hot coffee when you wrap up. Well, thank you so much for the donation, buddy. You didn't have to do that, you know that. Well, definitely am in for a hot drink after the stream. I think a hot coffee will do quite nicely. Thank you so much, buddy. You didn't have to do that, you know that. Buddy, aka Dukman, just now donating via PayPal. And a generous donation at that. Thank you so much, mate. Frank says, but all airplanes at least carry at least one red light. That's true. In other words, it's Christmas all year round. Wow. For me, that sounds like the very definition of hell. No, thank you. Mitchell open feet, Mitchell on a bike. Also saying hi. Good afternoon to you too, Mitchell. Stefan, goedemiddag. Hey, and Apple Flaps. Apple Flaps. Nice name. Nice play on words. Thank you for your super chat, mate. Neem er een koekje bij. Also have a cookie along with it is what Apple Flaps wrote in Dutch. Thank you so much, Apple Flaps, for the kind words and for the donation. Redford Transavia on its way, A321neo. Flaps are of course those things that add lift, increase lift on airplanes. Apple flap is a pastry, basically a pastry filled with apple and sometimes also with raisins. Google it, it's absolutely lovely. So also play on words, food and an airplane part. Chinese triple with an Embraer 190 behind it. KLM Embraer 190. We all know that's going to use Cheater's Lane, aren't we? Indeed, Marchola. What will they say? Will say that in the cockpit too. Apple flaps up. Now I'm starting to get peckish, wanting apple flaps. Right, Embraer 190. Come on, we all know what's going to happen. It's KLM, it's a narrow body. German Airways, old livery. Flight 1831 going to Stuttgart. Chav says that apple flaps in the UK are called apple turnovers. Ah, learned something new. Custard inside. Ooh, that sounds even better. A bit of custard. Warm custard. I can see that working. Right. Apple flaps and oily balls. That's what we eat here around New Year's Eve. All that fatty, sugary goodness. What combines best with that? Of course, bubbles. Most of the people, of course, drinking it with their fingers around the glass, so fatty fingers. On the glasses. And then setting off shitloads of firework. That's the Dutch way of celebrating New Year's Eve. Alrighty. This is China Cargo Airlines, flight 210, going to Shanghai in China. It's a 777 freighter, registration Bravo 227 Kilo, brand new airplane, first flight May 2025. 3 airplanes immediately behind it, queuing up. 3 narrow bodies, Iceland Air flight 501, the first to take off next. Max 9. Ooh, that sounds good, Martin. Apple turnovers, custard, and clotted cream. I already need to go on a diet thinking about that. Bit of brake dust. The wheels of the gear, the main gear, probably also the nose gear, they're always stopped before being pulled into the fuselage. I think it has to do with the centrifugal forces. Let the wheels exert while still spinning. Oh yeah, absolutely QJ. Apfelstrudel is absolutely eatable as well. Now that I know you do eat with warm custard and with cream. Right, W says Atlas 747 active on flight radar. Estimated time of departure 1:49. Runway 36 left is what CDM is saying. That is good news. So we are going to see it after all then. Thanks for that, heads up, mate. And also thanks to Peter van der Steen, who writes in Dutch. Geniet weer van je stream. Lekker chillen op de bank. Enjoying your stream once again. And nicely chilling on the couch. Peter, dankjewel. Thank you so much for the kind words and for, of course, your donation. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. So thank you so much for that, mate. Glad to hear you're enjoying the show from the couch. Hope all of you are still enjoying the show. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider adding a like to the number of likes already given. It'll help broaden our audience and help the channel grow. Make sure to subscribe if you want to be informed of upcoming live streams and other forms of announcement, or if you want to participate in the live chat, or if you want to post stuff in our community section. Head over there. Viewers, subscribers more precisely, can post over there as well. Many have done so already. If you ever wanted to know what Yorkshire Biker is looking like, head over there because you're able to see him over there. That and many more interesting pictures of many of you guys already shared over there. You will have to wait a week if you are a new subscriber before being able to participate in the section, the community section. That is to weed out any spammers. Member 175, and that brighter sky at the horizon is definitely getting closer by the minute. In the north already blue sky is being reported, so it won't be long. Hey, the first American of the show, nice. American Airlines over there. Before that, another Embraer. This is KLM flight 1755 to Hamburg. 8-year-old airplane, first flight February 2017, the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Mike. The American Dreamliner in the background is 203 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jeff wonders if there are cloud streets. Well, come to think of it, if you look, it does look like the clouds are forming linear patterns. So I'm inclined to say with a little bit of creativity, you should be able to see cloud streets in these formations. This, for one, is definitely a linear cloud formation that seems to have formed in the direction of the wind. In other words, this is where the wind is coming from. Northeast, north-northeast, more or less. So that seems appropriate. American Dreamliner, flight 203 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. November 806, Alpha. Alpha is the registration. 10-year-old airplane, first flight June 2015. Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta is also approaching. That's the AMS bingo for today. Congratulations, Jeff, who has a full bingo card. Hey, Klaartje, good to see ya. Greetings to Belgium as well. Bacon Dude asks, what's your favorite airline? Well, that's a good question. I don't think I necessarily have a favorite airline. I haven't flown that many, so I think it is premature to call a favorite airline if you've only flown KLM or back when it still existed, Alitalia and Transavia. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. Up next. It's an A330 Neo. November 408, Delta X-Ray, 5 years old already. First flight September 2020. Stof also reporting sunny in Friesland in the north. So the northern parts of the northern provinces already are basking in sunshine. That should be coming this way. Slowly but surely at the northern horizon we do see more lightness and openness coming this way. At the horizon you can see it nearing. A more open weather type. Evelyn is asking an interesting question. What's your dream airport you'd love to stream from? Well, I wouldn't be upset if I got to stream from LAX or from London Heathrow instead of Schiphol Airport. Probably would have been a 6-figure subscriber channel already. Yeah, you have action non-stop over there and it's teeming with A380s. It's so much more interesting to watch, I think, than the one after the other blue Embraer from KLM. Yeah, Anchorage is also a nice location to be streaming from once, Jeff. Definitely on the wish list. 747 Heaven. Shuprajit, good afternoon, mate. Welcome back. Long time no see. JFK, New York. Yeah, that's also a very busy airport, Frank. Absolutely. Though I'm not sure if you have good overview of the locations over there. I know that you can have good overview of the airport action at LAX and at Heathrow. I suppose that's also possible for John F. Kennedy, isn't it? In the meantime, Dennis went ahead just now, gifting 10 memberships. Stupendous generosity once again by Dennis Revere. Is that how you pronounce your last name? I hope I pronounced it properly. In the meantime, drizzly droplets are falling here. We are seeing Salvation in the vicinity and a very enthusiastic doggo who chased away one of the birds over here. Over here, still drizzly droplets are falling, but also constant action. The next airplane is already spooling up. It's KLM flight 987 to London City. London City has opened, lunchtime. KLM flight 987 to London City. All right, we have 2 wide bodies over there and 1 narrow body. The narrow body is an E2 Embraer, a wannabe 777. First up, we are starting with KLM flight 767, going to Oranjestad in Aruba, A330-200s. 100. Meanwhile, let me quickly clean the lens of what hopefully have been the last few drizzly droplets of today's show. Suprajit asks about the mallards. Well, I haven't seen them in today's show, nor have I seen them in any of the previous shows. I think they've gone and will only return in spring. Maybe the dike reinforcements that took place here until recently have scared them away. That's at least what I'm thinking. They're back. And with that light backdrop quite clearly visible as well. Albeit short-lived. No, back again. No wing fluff, but some nice wingtip vortices. 747 has begun taxiing. Good news, and thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. So yeah, openness approaching, and in the meantime, still a few drizzly droplets falling. Nothing substantial that will get you wet in no time or that will cause a lot of spray, but still contrasty conditions. Let's call it that. KLM flight 677 to Calgary this is. Ah, thank you for the heads up. Ricardo, who is indicating that there is a Qatar 777-300 arrival from Doha that should be landing in a few minutes. That's probably going to the furthest away runway, isn't it? 236, right. The Aalsmeerbaan. Will be hard to see details from that airplane over here. Now, I am thrilled to see a 747 once again coming this way. The Turkish Airlines 747 operated by Atlas Air. That almost took off here, and the lights are on. And no mistaking that. It's looking us straight in the face. It hasn't completely turned and aligned, but it'll do that once it spools up. There you go, you can see it happening. Was a nice effect. Alrighty. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1295 to Billund. Have a look at flight radar, ladies and gentlemen. The wide bodies are coming. Nice finale of the power hour here at the Polderbaan. Ah, okay. For a moment I thought we had another airplane with hot shoes. Like the Transavia 737 that we never got around to seeing retract its gear. It was in the clouds already before that was about to happen. Wide bodies are coming. Right here, a bit of drizzle still obscuring our lens. Seems like we've crossed through 750 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. That's 3/4 of the way to an airplane dance. I didn't even think we were going to get this far already. 1,000 likes while live will get you an airplane dance. That still goes. Will we make that today? Probably not, but you never know. We are getting closer and closer by to the 1,000 lately. That's good news. So a KLM 777-300 is lining up here, going to Delhi, flight 871. The airplane that you saw just now was also a 777, a 777-200 to Willemstad, Curaçao. That's over there. So it's double triple time. KLM flight 733 will be following KLM flight 871. This is KLM flight 871 to Delhi. Now, after these two 777s, we're also going to see an A330-200, KLM flight 651 to Washington. Then a MAX 8 from Sun Express. KLM flight 691 to Toronto is also coming. And behind it is the 747. And Ricardo asks about the A380. It has already landed. It landed on the center runway. I think we ought to be able to see it from here. Normally speaking, we would be able to see it. Golf 9. Don't tell me that the buildings are in the way. Is that the tail? I think it might be. No, wait. Almost has to be. Almost certainly has to be. It did land already, Ricardo. Okido. It's KLM flight 871 to Delhi. 777-300. What a difference in backdrop. Lighter conditions coming this way. Ah, it was the tail. Right, there you go. KLM flight 733 to Willemstad, Curaçao will be next. So Salvation to the north of us, but looking to the south. More of the grey shit that we had to endure already. That's the Netherlands. There's almost always a dichotomy in the sky. Contrasty skies. The growl of a 777-200 KLM flight 733 to Willemstad, Curaçao. And that was brake dust, which got evacuated from the brakes and wheels as they came to a halt. Brightness and darkness and a doggo. Another doggo over there. What do I smell? Interesting, interesting. Ooh, what do I see? Interesting. Ah. And its left front paw lifting. That looked so cute. A330 time, ladies and gentlemen. This is KLM flight 651 to Washington. It's an A330-200. No, not an just an A330-200. The VH AOE Alpha Oscar Echo, 19 years old. Gear slowly retracting. Okay, let's see. That 747 is approaching the threshold, the northern threshold. There's a tail of, I think, KLM flight 691. That's the top floor of P3. The 747 should be pointing right towards us right now. Pretty sure we should be able to see it in a few moments from now. We'll revisit the 747 in a moment. First up, let's film the departure of Sun Express. Sun Express flight 945 to Izmir in Turkey. MAX 8737, brand new airplane, first flight June this year. The sun's presence is so close you can almost taste it. Yeah, so looking north of me and also west of me at the horizon, more clear skies. I'm actually thinking I am seeing a bit of blue here and there. So it's getting ever closer by. Please also, with the lights on, turned onto the cycling path just now. In the meantime, that 747 once again visible. We've seen this before. Second time this is now happening with the same flight. Atlas Air flying on behalf of Turkish, destined to go to Miami, Florida. If all is well, because we've seen this before. Lads in the patrol car waving. Of course I waved back. Buitenbewaking Schiphol. Specialized team that is particularly responsible for safekeeping of the outer areas of Schiphol. In other words, the runway areas and whatnot. Hey, Batsy, also back in the chat. Batsy asks, have you got wet weather gear? I do, to an extent. This 747 is going to be the second departure. Already having arrived here is the first departure. That's an A330, another A330. I'm wondering, which have we seen more of today? Delta A330s or KLM A330s, including Neos? just A330s as a whole. I think we have seen relatively many KLM A330s in today's show. More than normal, I would say. That's an airplane going to 36 right in the background. Well, already the 747 has gotten further now, closer to the Polderbaan than on its first attempt. So that's good news. The A330 in the meantime lining up, ready to go. KLM flight 691 to Toronto. This is the Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Bravo, fuck B. Thirteen-year-old airplane, first flight February 2012. Fuck B. Well, fuck me. It's the fuck B. Yeah, I can definitely see bits of blue sky even. More open weather type is coming. Won't be long before it's here. Well, it will be a bit before it's actually starting to get sunny over here, because the sun is now currently somewhere over there in the sky. But you can see the openness getting closer by the minute. And that's good news. Right, so although it's the third queen that we see, it's the second attempt at departing. Well, it's this airplane's second attempt. So in combination with the KLM 747 that already took off this morning, the third 747 of the show. But this is the second appearance of this particular airplane. It didn't get this far on its first try, so it's looking like this effort to take off will go through. Gary also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Well timed. So this is Turkish Airlines flight 6015 being flown by Atlas Air. It's going to Miami, Florida. And this is a 747-400 freighter. The November 476 Mike Charlie. This particular 747 is hailing from the previous millennium. 26 years old. First flight was in April 1999. I was in my penultimate year of middle school. What were you doing back in April 1999? I was misbehaving in middle school. Let's see. There are 3 narrow bodies immediately behind the 747, and I'm counting another 5 or so that are coming, that are now around the center runway. One of them Air Canada flight 809. gorgeous. The more open backdrop helps to see the airplane climb better. Much better that the airplanes are climbing out against this brighter and more contrasty and varied backdrop than against a homogeneous grey matter. Well, for so long as it lasted, because right now it's back against an homogeneously grey backdrop. The first airplanes of the show would have already hit the clouds, so it's also opening up. The ceiling is rising. If that continues, I'm optimistic that runway 06 is going to be used for arrivals again later today. That happened later in the day yesterday too. Ceiling below 2,000 feet constitutes low visibility conditions. Marginal visibility is what they call it. That requires different runway configuration for enough spatial separation between the airplanes. It's why on a day like today, with wind blowing from the northeast, and you would expect runway 06 to be the primary runway for arrivals, to see that it isn't. Now, this 747 we can follow much more already. You can see blue in the backdrop. It's flying in between the clouds. A320 to... Oh! Do you see that, guys? Atlas has begun flying in the sunshine already, and that is because there is a bit of blue over here already. Have a look. The open weather type is coming. Nay! Yay! No! Yes! Ah! Yeah! Right. E2 Embraer next to Alicante, KLM flight 1539. And thank you, Jeff, for your kind words. Great camera work. I do the best I can, mate. It's always difficult to follow more or to follow accurately when you have heated gloves on, because I'm not feeling the rubber bands that I have on my tripod, which always makes the following less accurate than normally would be the case. I also already am thinking that my tripod is losing some of its drag on the pen axis. Thinking about that upgrade more often. This is KLM flight 1711 to Luxembourg, an Embraer 175, and another far away destination next after that. KLM flight 1705 to Brussels. Shit is crazy. Embraer 175 to Luxembourg. A mere 45 minutes flight. But wait till you see the next airplane. It's an Embraer 190 going to Brussels. That's a 30-minute flight if they take it slowly. In the meantime, Wolfgang gifting 5 memberships just now. Mate, what are you doing? You didn't have to do that. Why is that? 789 likes, so that can't be it. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but thank you for doing it. A warm welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. If you are one of the recipients of Wolfgang's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal as a member. Get creative with them. Those custom emojis are there for all members, new and old. Use them however you see fit. The more creative you get, the more fun they become. Wolfgang, thank you so much. Hope that everybody who just received the membership will say thank you for it eventually. KLM flight 1705 to Brussels. Frank asks if my tripod needs new bearings. Well, not so much bearings. But the pan and tilt axis have drag mechanisms with drag settings that you can select, and they work by friction, with friction from grease. In those mechanisms there is grease. Now this tripod is it's not cheap, but it is a relatively cheap tripod from Sachtler. The drag mechanism is more simple, it has less settings. It's also made out of plastic, so sooner or later, and particularly on the drag, the pan axis, which is used the most, you'll see that some of the grease is leaving the drag mechanism, and less grease means less drag, and that means that the following becomes more susceptible to winds and becomes more uneven. Now I had them replaced not too long ago, but from experience, I know that it can happen relatively quickly that the drag is already getting lower. Now, upgrading my tripod, I've been eyeing a Sachtler Active 8 with Flowtech legs for a while now. Not only does that mean more drag settings, but also a different mechanism where the drag mechanisms are made from metal. So that makes it harder for the grease to escape. Also, with more drag settings, 7 instead of 3, you'll always have more headroom. If I only need to use the first or second setting, means that when grease gets out and drag reduces, I can always go for higher drag settings and use those before needing to replace stuff. Plus more rigid tripod, big hexagons of carbon fiber instead of tubes from metal, which even though I always secure my tripod in the ground with guy wires around each tripod leg, you can see there's torque. Anyway, Air Canada flight 809 is up next. Going to Toronto in Canada. A330-300, the Charlie Golf Hotel Kilo Charlie. 16-year-old airplane, first flight February 2009. We already got robbed by the 747 turning around earlier in the show. Here is another bank robber taking the remainder of our money. Small carry cabin in the back. Streamer at the end of the... Oh no, at the end of both wingtips. Not sure if it has to do with the amount of drag. I think it just has to do with the number of moves that you make and the size of the moves. Now obviously I do tilt, but not nearly as much as panning. Panning, I mean, I'm doing 180s, 100 degrees from left to right and back for, well, how many times a stream? That 4 times a week means that you wear out the drag much faster than on the tilt axis, which is already noticeably more rigid than the lateral motion. So it's funny, I'm standing at a location that I haven't stood on before, and I'm already making a flat semicircle in the grass here, where you can start to see the dirt behind below the grass already, just from trampling and walking around the tripod so regularly. In the meantime, Ryanair to Dublin, flight 421. Spotting, good to see you again. Good afternoon. More Aer Lingus and an E2 Embraer over here coming this way. This is KLM flight 1375 to Bucharest. The Papa Hotel November X-Ray Zulu, brand new. And this one really is brand new. First flight September 2025. Ooh, have we crossed through 800 likes already? Thank you guys so much. I hope you guys are all enjoying the show still. Don't forget, you can still add to the number of likes if you are so inclined. If you haven't liked the show yet, but you want to help this channel reach a wider audience, liking is definitely an easy and free way to do so. Make sure to subscribe if you want to participate in the chat, if you want to post in our community section, or if you have a question or just want to stay informed of upcoming live streams and other stuff. This is Aer Lingus going to Dublin, Ireland. Indigo in the background. We'll be taking off for Mumbai pretty soon. Another beautiful queue here with a lot of airplanes already. Meanwhile, the openness is upon us. The blue in the sky already visible, but to the south it still looks grey and murky. Hopefully we won't get any more drizzly droplets now that the sun and the openness is so much closer by. Now, local flight radar, ladies and gentlemen, you can already see how much traffic is traversing the center runway. And I'm wondering, since they are traversing the center runway, does that mean that runway 06 has also opened up? Wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Hey, you're welcome, Koen, who says, thanks for suffering from the cold just for our entertainment. Heated gloves and layers of clothing. Okay, and I'm 100 years in the background. So the finale of today's show is upon us. Things are looking so much better now, looking to the north, than they have been all the while. Indigo up next. No time to waste, it's already spooling up. Indigo flight 22 to Mumbai. in India. 7879 Dreamliner, the Lima November Funchal FNC. 7-year-old airplane. Norse. Operating on behalf of Indigo, or Indigo using Norse's airplanes. Something like that. Using a lot of runway length. So that was either a derated takeoff or a very heavy airplane, or both. We're not done yet with all the wide bodies. KLM Flight 641 is lining up right now. That's the KLM 100 years Dreamliner going to New York, JFK. 78710 Dreamliner, the PHBKA Bravo Kilo Alpha, 6 years old, first flight June 2019. Jimmy also back, perfect timing. JetBlue in the background. That's going to go to Boston, Massachusetts. Nice lighting. Hey! And even a brief combo shot with the preceding airplane. Nice. We have a queue over here. 4 airplanes are queuing up. One is already lined up. The one lined up is going to be JetBlue. Is JetBlue, I should say. JetBlue Flight 32 to Boston, Massachusetts. A321neo, the November 4048 Juliet. 4 years old, first flight June 2021. Let's see, what else is coming? Few more wide bodies are traversing the center runway. Salve RDO. E2 Embraer 195 to Valencia in the background just now. KLM Flight 1531. Sun Express, the Kayseri in Turkey. And Delta Airlines to Orlando in Florida in the background. The next 3 departures. Openness west of me, north of me, east and south, southwest. Still look the darkest, the dimmest. Over here things are brightening up luckily. KLM Flight 1531 to Valencia. E2 Embraer 195. We have a cheater on cheater's lane, or no, we have a cheater holding short on cheater's lane. Lufthansa Star Alliance livery to Munich, flight 2305. It is going to take off before Delta will, so that it doesn't have to wait for the wake turbulence of the A330 to dissipate. Sun Express to Kayseri up next. Frank says, I think boy today is the coldest of all today. Well, the heated gloves are still working, and the hoodie over my head keeps the head and neck and ears still warm. So it is doable still, although my feet start to get a little coolish, but it is doable still. The grand finale of the show. Let's have a look. Lufty in the Star Alliance livery. On the left, now taking off to Munich, flight 2305. Eddie Marceau, good afternoon, and welcome to the channel, mate. Welcome to everybody else who may have joined us just now. You're still watching AMS Live here at the Polderbaan. My name is Boy, and this is Lufty in the Star Alliance livery, going to Munich. Slowly but surely, more open weather type is approaching. You can almost see it. You can almost feel it. The sun will start to shine here pretty soon. It just needs to get clear. I think probably here, which isn't going to happen yet. What is going to happen first is that Delta Airlines Flight 91 to Orlando, Florida is on the roll already. Taking off. Here it is, A330-300, November 829, November Whiskey. 9-year-old airplane, first flight June 2016. That's nice, the bulldozer, whose parents are from Kayseri, Turkey. Nice. That's his city. Absolutely wonderful. Und vielen Dank also on behalf of me, whoever was the gifter of Christoph Stadler's gifted membership. Herzlich willkommen, Christoph. Und viel Spaß with the custom emojis. Okay, Love Flight 759 is now on the move. Going to San Jose, 7879 Dreamliner. 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2015, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Charlie. The sun is not far away anymore, and you can see it, the way this airplane is shining. Well, it's not shining, it's being illuminated. Meanwhile, a contrasty scale of chimney smoke chimney over there. Also for the first time in a while. Now let's see. I can see that the A350 to Bonaire is coming this way. It is on the move. A few narrow bodies for now to kill the time with. There's an A350 coming. Before that, an A330 and a 787-8. It's looking like those might be the last wide bodies for the time being. If that's going to stay like this, if it is going to stay like this, I think those will be the last 3 airplanes of today's show. It is an Embraer 190 from BA. Without looking on flight radar, you can already deduce that this is a BA city flyer that is going to fly to London City. The triplet of wide bodies is coming this way. TUI, KLM, and World to Fly Corendon. Sweet A350. All right. EasyJet A319 to Persenchester up first, flight 7851. And Transavia in the background will be flying to Bari. The open skies are so close by, they're so damn close. Such a shame that we didn't have those skies here in the earlier hours. Only now are they approaching. There you go, such is life. Tomorrow showers are expected. I hope I'll be able to do an additional stream to compensate for the last 2 days not having been able to stream. Hopefully the showers will not be too severe. I'll check again tonight and tomorrow morning. Okay, looking on flight radar, there are 3 wide bodies coming this way, and those will be the last 3 airplanes of today's show. After that, time for me to wrap up and head back home. Like I said before, I am striving to do another stream tomorrow, so that at least we'll have had 3 streams this week, but don't know for sure yet if I'll be able to make it. If the showers are too severe, might not be worthwhile going out, but I'll see if I'll be able to. We'll start with this A330-200 to Edmonton in Canada. That's KLM flight 675. Followed by a TUI Dreamliner that is now hiding behind the fire station, although we do still see its tail. Like a shark fin above the waterline. Going to Willemstad, Curaçao in the Caribbean. This airplane will probably fly along with it to that same destination, because not too far from Curaçao we have Bonaire, another island, ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire and Curaçao. Part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, just off the coast of Venezuela. The Corendon World to Fly A350. The A350 will appear in a moment. There's the TUI. The KLM A330 in the process of lining up. There are happy people on those planes, Gary says. Yeah, flying out to warm sunny destinations. I imagine many of them, if not all of them, will be happy. I hope for them, for their sake they are. KLM flight 675 to Edmonton in Canada. The PHAOF FUOF, 19 years old, first flight November 2006. Parallel departures, that's nice. Means that the ceiling will have risen so much that we are back to a normal runway configuration. In other words, arrivals on runway 06 and departures parallel to the north. Hey, Nissan Micra Monteur also back in the chat. Right, penultimate airplane of today's show. It's TUI, a TUI Dreamliner, flight 367. Yep, and runway 06 is in use, so this is normal northern wind runway configuration. Visibility finally has gotten good enough for that to happen. So this is like the third TUI Dreamliner of today's show already, I think. One of them was, of course, the Suriname. Blue skies in the distance. They're so close by already. Fidel Castro also hovering against the blue backdrop. Bloop. Has he caught something? Yep. That's Pinky or the Brain. Using the free taxi services of Fidel Castro there. Right, last airplane of today's show, ladies and gentlemen. World to Fly Corendon flight 5997. Going to Bonaire, A350-900, the EC NTB, 3 years old, first flight April 2022. World to Fly Corendon, beautifully illuminated. That was the last airplane of today's show. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a great time being out here despite the cold. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Leave a like if you did enjoy what you saw and you want to help this channel grow. Subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams and announcements, or if you want to partake in the chat during the next stream, or if you want to post anything in the community section. Massive big thank you to everybody who contributed in the form of donations, whether it be gifted memberships, renewing of your own membership, PayPal donations, merch shop purchases, super chats or super stickers. Also a massive big thank you once again to all the moderators who helped to keep this stream and chat accessible and friendly. Hopefully I'll see you again tomorrow. If not, then hopefully on Thursday. The Reticents are coming over and will probably join the ground crew in the upcoming week, weather permitting. Looking forward to that. Hope to see you then. For now, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Stay safe, stay warm. See you soon. Bye for now, guys.